Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel or healthcare advice or counseling. We specifically disclaim any warranties, for medical issues or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
We need to understand the cosmos. We need to understand how the rays of the Creator transfers across the universe, what we call cosmic rays. These are God's rays. These are the rays from the source, from the Creator, that through division and interactions of what I call travel the span of the universe. Somewhere down the line, this will create another sun, these cosmic rays, and then with it, we'll see life and we see the love of Creator within that star and the solar system which they create. So when we speak about cosmic rays, we speak about the rays of the Creator. What their motion has led to creation of our solar system and others, and will lead to creation of others and other lives in the future. Then we have to respect and understand the totality of the knowledge when we call it a cosmic ray. When we create rays which can match the rays of the Creator. This is what cosmic ray, this is what life to me as a scientist is. We saw the birds fly, we made aircraft. We saw the brain of the man when we made computers to match it. Now we understand the process of creation, and we attempt to create the lights, the rays, the fields, the emotions of the Creator through the understanding of the man, through the new systems. Initially, we brought this out to you as enhancement, where your soul became that star, your soul became that point, and the units and the reactors around it became the satellites. In the process of all this understanding, we tried and we endeavored to push the limitation of understanding to a further point. In this process, we have gone a step further. As now we understand, and our team are working and now have already developed the condition of the creation of the cosmic rays through the fields of the magnetic field, which is the basis, the fundamental understanding of what we call creation. A new cycle, a new what we call technology has emerged in the past few weeks, where, as we said last week, we have managed, and now we can produce fields, electric currents, and power out of the motion of cosmic rays, which means we have achieved the ultimate goal to be able to produce fields which is and are at the strength of the human body, which means we can feed the man, which means an end to hunger, an end to pharmaceutical. And this process will go to its next step. Gradually, in the coming days and weeks, we introduce new technology, new dimension, new understanding. And with you as those numbers who became groups of coming to Austria, those of you who joined us in one short session with Rick and then another session with Rick, with many of you online, without you knowing, we were testing huge technological development, which we're going to share with you part of it today and gradually in the coming weeks. In the process of past weeks, as you were with us, as you came here, as you became mobile and whatever to be part of, we continuously tested things in the background to understand the process of transferring and understanding the process of the completion of the cosmic rays.
So, hello, Mr. Keshe. Can you give us a detailed explanation of the cosmic rays, please, in a plasma science understanding? Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah. Cosmic rays are the rays, the fields, which have not found the matching balance to interact with, or are on the path to reach the field or environment that can interact with their field. In a way, they are like a lover looking for the love they have to meet, to interact, to create life. In the world of physical creation, we have a man and a woman lead to creation of a child, a life. The cosmic rays are the rays which are on motion till they come to interaction, to lead to a new cycle. Some of it could be fraction of light, some of it can lead to creation of new condition of life. But there are the energies, there are the magnetic fields in motion that have not interacted and are free and are called available for the next phase. Become part of your body if it's yours, of the same strength, interaction in the with the body of a physical matter, planet or whatever, or with another fields that the interaction leads to fraction of other new fields of the cosmic rays that might lead to creation of the new cycle of life or a new plasma. They belong to the cosmos. They are not still have a name tag on them, that they become part of the human body or an entity. They have a strength which is very much connected in one end to a much powerful energy source. They are not usually, the cosmic rays, a bandwidth, a cut piece. They always have connection to their source, majority of them, because once they establish a point of contact and they go to the point of break and division, they start a new cycle. So they always have. It's like when we look at a star, it's always that light which comes to us is always connected to that star, to that point. They always have a point of reference. We can find out where that point of reference is, and if you can travel at the strength of, or at the, what are called rivers of this field, we can end up in most beautiful places in the universe. But it's instantaneous. This is what most of you have done in the enhancement unit. You instantaneously go somewhere. The light was space light, is a cosmic ray. It's a dusty white silverish at a high intensity. And I used to work in it. I could see myself part of it. If you go back to the unit, I used to do the flight system test, original flight system test, which then came out of Iran. Before Iran, I produced it in Belgium. If they haven't destroyed the garages, you see windows are all blacked out, totally blacked out. Because of the lights, I used to create cosmic light. So what is just getting achieved in our labs today is already been done 10 years ago.
Mr. Keshe, isn't there 7 million plus cosmic rays already walking around the planet Earth?
No, 7 trillions. What about the
Trillion,
animals?
there you go, yeah. Exactly, yeah.
So we see what it comes. So it's nice to see now it's shared. It's a common knowledge, and then it will become more common knowledge. Would you take hundreds of tablets a week, which some people do, 20, 30 tablets a day, one side effect of the other one, the side effect of the other one, where you're repairing the shakes and damages of the physical condition, not walking, where the actual thing sits in your brain. And if you provide the facilities for the brain to absorb what it needs, there will be no more shakes. So, do I need the medicine? This, what I call cosmic centers, farms, will change the history of the medicine. When we place, let's say, 50, 60, 100 of them in Canada, or 50, 100 in US, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, you just dial a number and you get access to it. The system, through the fields of energy, will diagnose your illness, what it is, your condition, and again knows this needs this combination. So you sit there. People who start these processes with us is exactly as you are in the flight system. We don't sing you a song down the line, you hear absolute silence. It's the fields of your soul interacting with the fields of our system, and they find a balance. Ours is powerful, so yours raises. So you say, I'm helped, I don't have the condition anymore. That's all we're done.
So cosmic ray, Mr. Keshe, is a soul that interacts with the physicality?
Cosmic ray is a soul from the universe, if you put it that way. Connection to the soul of the universe. We call it the cosmic ray. If you look at cosmic and you want to change it, see what you can come up with.
So you can't change a cosmic ray, or you can?
Well, you can. You can interact with it. Cosmic ray is not one ray. It is an amalgamation and collection of many rays. I think I explained this in, I think it's one of the papers or in the book, I can't remember exactly where, I talk about translucent light. Translucent light is created by interaction of cosmic rays. It's what we see through the sky. We see other planets, but still it's not black that you don't see. It's translucent. Through it, we see other stars, other planets.
I think sometimes that's called the clear light as well, right?
Yeah, it's some people, depends what you call it. Yeah.
So these would be, these rays would be the primary rays, is what you were talking about, from source, basically.
Some of them, yeah, but not, because they already interacted with something somewhere. It cannot be that some of it, very remote part of it, yes, but don't forget part of the rays we have in our universe comes from the unicos, which is interaction with other universes. You know, the way our sun shines in interaction with the fields of our Earth and become a daylight. our universe fields interacts with other universes, that the interaction creates a what are called universal light. We are not aware of this knowledge yet. It's impossible. We call it cosmic plus cosmos. But when you speak about universal lights, the universal lights, some of it comes from the Creator. Because those universal lights are where the universes live within. We only speak about the cosmos, what is within us, within our universe. When you go to universal lights, then you talk about some of the lights coming from the source. And some of these lights, if they get through our universe, become part of what we call universal or a cosmic light. When you look at the back of book 3, you might just grasp some of it. We haven't gone to the source yet. We're still taking crumbs in our universe. And this is part of the whole totality. We hope our team can show what we call the units in the next few days. What we call cosmic energy units. And this will change the history of matter. This will bring something beyond imagination of mankind, because we will start a new path. We'll start a new way. We will go through a condition of new understanding, because with these cosmic rays, cosmic lights from the units we have, we receive higher order fields. We'll be enlightened. Cosmic rays have always been there. Now we learn the knowledge. What do we become, would like to be? Do we still want to be man, to kill and do whatever we do and get in the back of a donkey and get on the rocket 100 meters tall to burn? Or we use the cosmic rays and we travel the same span of the universe? It's just that the enlightenment it brings. And that enlightenment comes by availability of understanding of what we could not understand and was not available.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the 460th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, November 24th, 2022. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again in these weekly Knowledge Seekers Workshops. And once again, we have the pleasure of having Mr. Mehran Keshe as our guest here. And I think he's ready to produce today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual. whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, as per usual, to gather some more knowledge and to understand a little bit more what we never understood as we discussed. This intro, if one day mankind understands it, that part of it, mankind will bring universal revolution, not an industrial revolution. And this universal revolution working through the energy fields of the universe and the matter state will change a lot of things, will bring a lot of joy, it will bring a lot of new conditions. It will bring better understanding of the work of the Creator and His created and generally universal work. In the last couple of weeks, we made a number of points, we made some announcements, and we like to divide today's teaching into three parts. First part is to do with what we announced last week and the week before in respect to the wellness side of the Keshe Foundation work. As we are a space technology base, and many of you came to LINS to see how you can take the flight of fancy. Some of you with a couple of RIC sessions, we came to you through what we call remote control, through mobile systems. And we are still expanding the work of the Keshe Foundation as a Spaceship Institute working in different nations. We open the door to test what we call prelude, the section before we go into transportation, mobile systems. What this mobile system will have, what effects will have on you while you're traveling, if you have a Parkinson, if you have Alzheimer's, if you have a cancer. When you're traveling from New York to London within a few milliseconds or a few seconds, what would happen to you? What will we get the outcome? We cannot go without it. We have to understand it. We have to understand what we deliver. Would you get in with a cancer and come out with no cancer? Would you get in with Alzheimer's and you see reduction in Alzheimer's? What does this technology bring? When we start transportation, what do we do? Do you go from Earth with one leg missing and you arrive on the moon with 3 legs, 4 legs, 3 arms? We have to understand, how do we control it? Are you comfortable with it? Can you handle it? As part of this work, we announced what we call the process that we look at the conditions. We look at in how things go, and we have had tremendous response. To this response, we respond back to the following. We have the Keshe Foundation divided its operation of the controlling the wellness now instantaneously and automatically into 4 sections. European, Asian, and South America, which means now automatically those of you who get in touch with us for any condition, you'll be assessed and sent back to your centers. You're from Brazil, you'll be handled by doctors in Brazil. You're from Iran, the doctors in Tehran will handle you. You are from China, the Chinese doctor will intervene, work with the Keshe Foundation, and introduce the new technology. What does this mean? The same system will affect the Brazilian. Will it affect the same Chinese, as we'll do with citizens of Tehran and the rest of the world? We need to know. And to this effect, we have started a process. The centers will handle directly the citizens. This way, your doctors are responsible for you. Keshe Foundation is to bring this technology across. In the process of receiving so many emails, people with cancer, people with Alzheimer's, with Parkinson, with the most strangest diseases and conditions, some of them bring us joy because we know we can bring that change, and we hand it over to the doctors in their national, in the language. Some of them bring us pain, and we try to sort out. There is a cost involved in everything we do. The machine you come and sit in and you pay the €1,000 for one session. The center is there, the staff is there, the running expense of the center is there, the building, the structure, the research in the background is all there, and it has to be covered. So we have put a price per hour, per use of the system. What would it take? How long would it take? And what we see. What percentage our specialists allow? We have 30% success, we have 40% success. So our doctors team decide in the centers what hour of the center and system will be needed. And in most of the cases, you will pay back to your own national companies, which we have set up. This does not go back to nowhere except your own position. You work out of Europe, your illness, you're a citizen of Europe, you're handled by the companies which are set there for that purpose. You go right across the same in China, the same in Brazil, the same in Tehran. And you deal with the doctors who understand you, understand the culture, understand how to deal with, but they're trained as the what we call Keshe Foundation scientists. They look at it through the what we call science of plasma. As I said, we started the satellite business of changing people at the point. We build it up. We can build up to a few hundred in the coming weeks. And then as the centers open up, as we are completing the development of the new systems, we go to the next step, what we call rooms, as you've seen before with the servers, rooms with the systems, with different diseases, different cases, different conditions, which will be handled by the doctors, and they know which system they have to do. When is the next step, what they do. We do not interact. We do not get involved in the medical side. This is not our job. Our job is technological backup. And in these processes, we see how we can support. We've had many of you writing to us, expecting help. We go through it, we pass it on to your doctors, we pass it on to the centers we set up. And the team of doctors behind. Now we are adding step-by-step number of doctors to each center. Doctors which can help us to understand more, and they can decipher the technology back to us. In this process, as I said, we centralize everything, and then the center keeps hold of all the data. You all go to, as we gave before, health at the condition, the email which you're given, and then once it's processed, you'll be contacted through the center in your center, not by us, because we hand it over to doctors, and we keep a track of how you change. Many of the emails we received has brought us joy. Some of them brings us pain, some of them brings us to know the reality about mankind and how they are. In the process of past week, a number of people have gone through the hand of the doctors and are going through the hand of the doctors to be set up for the conditions and the rest. We have to stay always neutral. We are providers of the technology, and we are not doctors. We don't get involved with the medical part or what we call whatever is needed to be done. In this way, as we receive more and more emails, our eyes opens up to more conditions that we have to change our system to accommodate those which are there. Our doctors and our advisors, now we see we can handle a number of cancers. In the process of past few weeks, and the test was done during the time when you came to Linz, many of you, for a flight test, we gathered information, we gathered the knowledge, what we need to do. We can handle Parkinson, Alzheimer's. We see a lot of people asking. We looked at different things. Keshe Foundation has done a lot of work with immune system. Keshe Foundation in the background has done a lot of work with genetic defects. And we now open those doors. In a way, we see everything to be controlled by the brain of the man. So when you have a genetic defect, it's set out through the brain We understand a lot. We don't disclose how we see it, and we have put it to test, and it seems to respond drastically. And it seems to respond immediately. Over past years, we tested this tentatively, very softly, and see what it is. Now we're going full blast. We look at, our doctors are prepared to consider genetic deformation. And as we received requests for this, we've seen a number of people who have asked us for help for their children, for their family, for all sorts of conditions. Conditions never existed. The first generation of this, but repetitive. The conditions which left in the families and they said is inherited is part of the gene, but it's a defect. We're all born to be blind. We're all born to be that way in this family. All these now can be looked at by the Keshe Foundation doctors. In this process of receiving mails, we received communication from a young mother, healthy parents, with 2 boys. The 2 boys are very young age. One is more advanced in genetic defect than the other due to the age. We have seen this in some families, 3 or 4 are affected. From 2 brothers, the 2 children, the siblings are affected, which shows the grandfather or the grandmother had the defect in the genes. We see a whole family, uncles and aunts, having the same effect, but it was accepted, it's in the genes. Now, we explain to you scientifically what we've done in the past, and you understand why we consider it and we see it to be correct. In receiving an email from the 2 about the 2 youngsters, our doctors, we decided we handle it. We assessed it, and we wanted to see with ourselves, do we have an effect? Can we bring that change? We brought these 2 boys into Austria and into the center. One is in a wheelchair, already progressed. One will be in a wheelchair in the next couple of years. Lifespan will not be beyond teenage. Or by that time, the disability will be so devastating that these children will die of it. The mother is young, and combination of the mother and the father X chromosomes has led to this condition. And all children with this condition go exactly, precisely to the time, year, through the same changes and to death. Keshe Foundation has decided to take this challenge up by allowing the boys with the parents to go through the flight system and observing the changes in a short time by being there. It gives us a conclusive effect that we have to try. We estimate the Keshe Foundation with these 2 boys will be engaged over 2 years. It's a genetic. Success rates, we don't know, but the most important thing is that we are prepared to challenge, to try. We don't use medication. We don't use our centers. We use what we call remote control satellite system. We can operate these now from any center around the world. In this process, it is done what you do at home. It's you who decides to put the headphone on. We release the fields across this planet. It's you who's there to receive it. This does not get involved in any shape or form in health and medical application. It's like a television. They release the waves of the video of a song. It's you who has to tune to it and to listen to it. And in this process, we have started to allocate 2 years confirmed conditions by the Keshe Foundation to support this, to understand more. Because we've done genetic modification before. I'll explain to you how and how it's been done. It goes back to the early days of the Keshe Foundation. In this process with these 2 children, and we are now considering what we saw with the parents in the system, we can change the condition of the mother, possibly what we call the defect. This will cost the Keshe Foundation something around 1.7 million to maybe 2.5 million euros. We cannot sustain this. And we have come with the permission of the parents to public. We would like to raise the funds to save the 2 children. The beauty with it is that the mother has allowed us to go public with, because she wants to save the life of the 2 boys. It is important for us to be able to save the life, or try to test to save the life of these 2 boys. One is tagging behind. And soon he'll be in the same position in 2 years' time. The boy in the front could walk 6 months ago. It's the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation, with the technology we have, with the knowledge we have, to reach. And in the first trial we did, we have reached. So it can interact. It's there to do. We can announce that all the people with this condition around the world to tune, to lock into a condition, and the whole planet citizens at the same time to benefit from the same, what we call change of, what we call X chromosomes. No one can stop the Keshe Foundation to do such a thing. And we need your support immediately to be able to finance this as of today. 2 lives. And many children like this, and many of you suffer from what we call genetic defects. It's done on an international basis. We tell you what time to be there with your child or yourself, and you tune into. The Keshe Foundation has decided on the parallel work that the majority of you will benefit by. We will do the same. We will announce a standard like the teaching of today, a number that you, as the knowledge seekers and the rest of the citizens of this planet, can go to and walk away from your addictions. If you're a heroin addict, if you're a cocaine addict, if you're addicted to sex, if you're addicted to alcohol, if you're addicted to anything which has brought misery to your life, Keshe Foundation will run this channel freely, which means there is no setback. There is no pains of retraction. It's your brain reset you to walk away from addiction. It will be transmitted on a regular time that you do not know when your addiction hits you. But the minute you feel, you tune, you listen, silent, but you change your emotion, you change your direction of life. Then it's on you how you support the Keshe Foundation. You have children with addiction. You have the most beautiful people with addiction. Any kind of addiction. We will start transmitting in the next few weeks on a continuous basis what we call the addiction line. In a way, it's a blueprint day. Technology has to be under reach, but the technology has to be reached the correct way. In a way, if you're an addict in New York, or you're an addict in Los Angeles on cocaine, you're addict in heroin and amphetamines in Tehran, in Istanbul, or in China. All you need to do at a given time, listen to the silence and see what it does for you. But the beauty with this is that once the addiction is overcome, it does not come back because the brain has set itself to match. The brain has done the repair. The brain does its work. And no government, no officials, no authority has power over the Keshe Foundation to stop this process. We spread the systems across the planet that cannot be attacked by drug traffickers and those who benefit from drugs. In a way, we don't fight. We give you the solution that there are no customers. American authorities and many other authorities have been fighting drug trafficking. I used to work with the British drug trafficking units. We disposed of the cars and vehicles and everything else which carried drugs in and out of the United Kingdom for years. Those who are close to me, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Cars which were built to carry heroin and cocaine, cars and furnitures which came from South America with cocaine built in as part of the arms of the cloth. I flew to Dover with the instruction of the British government to inspect a truck of frozen donuts because it wasn't sugar spread on the donut, it was cocaine. I used to work as one of the top guys with the British government for drug control. Well-known people work around me. One of my companies is highly geared with this work to make sure the addiction does not reach the way it was going in UK. I respect the British government for their support and what we did for years with them. So now what the governments could not stop, the Keshe Foundation creates the condition of no customer. You are from Brazil addicted, you are from China addicted, you're addict in Sydney or you're addict in Tehran. Our technology knows no language, knows no border. Our purpose today, as I said, is in 3 sections. The section is about the life of these 2 boys. I want to change. Maybe we are too late for these 2, but the knowledge we gain will bring comfort to the others and the parents that most of the genetic defects can be eradicated primarily through plasma technology. Genetic defects, we have confirmed, majority of it comes directly through emotion, which means it's connected to our ancestors' emotion. Why do we go paralyzed with the leg? With these 2 boys, we have pinpointed exactly in which part of the ancestors has come in. So we know where we sit and why they are here and why the gene has changed, the chromosome has changed. And we can change it. Very much like a Parkinson, very much like ILS. It's the shape of ILS, but the wishes was done by the grandfathers and the forefathers and the grandmothers. And these boys now carry the emotion of the grandfather, which has touched the chromosome to bring that change. So most of what we call inherited diseases, we carry genetic defects, comes from the emotion of our parents, forefathers. We have to understand that emotion. And with the new technology, with the plasma, we reach it as we reach many of your emotions. The way we can reach Parkinson, the way we can reach Alzheimer's, the way we can reach RLS. Now we understand. Keshe Foundation stands solid on its ground. I stood 5 years of persecution by the what are called damnation of the government of Belgium not to spread this technology. The muffle is off, and the technology is so advanced that now no nation can touch no one. Let those who in Belgium are addicts, pedophiles, the habit of raping children, now go through the system and change them. I hope the Kingdom of Belgium changes through this technology, those who understand what they've done wrong when they do wrong. The technology and the knowledge belongs to humanity and not controlled by those who are born in the damnation of Belgium. We have no problem with. We handle every government on the basis of let a judge tell us you cannot bring help to the people. This time they cannot come into courts with guns and submachine guns and threats. It's the responsibility of our knowledge seekers to save the life of these two boys. It's our responsibility to understand and bring the change in genetic defects and how it can be done and how can be layered up to the orange, what are called the onion rings of this disease. In early 2000, when I was invited by the Belgian government to assess the technology, the Belgian atomic authorities allocated to understand what I do. I told them, you don't understand anything, but I can give you things that you understand the work of the universe. The teaching of what you just heard before as an intro. I gave 3 bottles of liquid. If you remember at that time, they were baffled by the Coca-Cola bottle, what we call the mysterious liquid, which was creating nano-coating and energy, as many of you have done that. I provided 3 bottles, about 1.5 liters of each, to SDK and the scientists in Research Centers, Atomic Nuclear Research Center of Belgium, in Mol. I told them 1 bottle is the energy of the man. 1 bottle is the energy of the earth, and 1 bottle is the energy of the universe, cosmos. They, through all the technology they had, went through the liquids. And they came back and they said, can you supply us with some more liquid because we ran out of the material testing. 1.5 liters was consumed in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks. Raman spectroscopy, every other thing they could do. And then repetition was given. Then I was asked to go to SAK for a direct research in the center. Days was allocated where I spent in the, what they call one of the top secret laboratories. We did a test. We opened up to see how we can produce nuclear material level, as that's what the only thing we're interested in, a vacuum of a glass container of 1 cubic meter. The rule before that day was that any nuclear material transported from one building in the research center to another had to be registered. You cannot move anything without registering if it goes from building 1 to 2. That day, after the test, they immediately changed the rule. No material can move from one room to another without authorization. They realized nuclear technology has changed and we can create nuclear material and cosmic rays on demand. Conversion of the cosmic rays into what we call field needed for everything. That was the time the Belgians and the Kingdom of Belgium, the King of Belgium understood that one of the most powerful technologies on earth is sitting in the laboratories, but they could not understand. Today, in the intro of today, some 15 years later, you hear about cosmic rays. These rays were produced in a very simple way 15, 20 years ago. I produced the first of cosmic rays as a student in Queen Mary College, on top of the nuclear reactors testing site. My doctor, Shaw, told me, Mehran, you shine what you carry with you. I said, it's the knowledge you don't understand. Now you understand. What we teach today, what we do today, is not just coincidental. It's just I had to find a way that ordinary man on the street understands. Not for elite. Mr. Grauer, the bastard son of the King of Belgium, in the first meeting of us in IMEC, the most advanced nanotechnology center in Europe at that time, walking down the room, up and down, said, Mr. Keshe, you're writing your paper and knowledge in such a simple way that everybody can understand. This has to be written in a more complicated that becomes valuable. I said, I write that every peasant in the back of the village of Africa understand that a white man like you cannot abuse it again like in Congo. Now the knowledge is in the hand of the man in the back villages of Africa, from Senegal to Ghana, from Kinshasa to sitting in the back villages of Brazil. Now it's time to change the position of the knowledge. Now it's time to bring that change. Those of you, your mothers, and you be crying and writing to us and the parents, and you, an addict, help me have addiction. I gave you the gift of life today. Like the teaching of today, we'll open Zoom channels that you all come and listen to silence. The silence of the elevation of the soul and building of the layers of the brain of the man, that you will never touch a single cocaine and addiction. Many of our knowledge seekers are suffering with this. Those in Los Angeles who are close to us, those who are in different parts of Austria, Belgium, Tehran, and the rest. We have responded as one nation. In a very near future, we will open this channel for all of those of you who are addicts to amphetamines, to tablets, to sex, to any kind of addiction. Elevation of the soul brings the limitation of what we call need. You will not get those cravings, and you will not get all the bends and the pains with addiction. Like today, you come every Thursday morning to listen. We allocate a certain time and day to start with, that you can ask your son, your daughter, your child, yourself, just to listen to the silence of the elevation of the soul of the man and walk away from addiction and many, many other diseases and conditions while you do that. We run as one nation, and the bandwidth and the mobile phones and the satellites is our government. We administer, we cover, and we give freely to all of you what we have, as we've done up to now. The whole point goes back. Once we can confirm the genetic modification, then we can move on. Then we go for the immune system at the same time. So Thursdays you come here to listen for what we call the teaching. Fridays you tune for addiction. Mondays you go if you've got a gene defect. Tuesday you go if you got immune system problem. And you can repeat this and change it and see the change. Going back to how we know the genetic modification can be done, it goes back again to the nation of Belgium. Now you start talking about GANs and agriculture in the past 4 or 5 years. In 2009, after I returned from Tehran and we had a successful flight testing with the creation of gravity, with a friend, a close friend, good friend in Belgium, who is an agriculturist and worked in Africa, in a number of discussions, we agreed to finance a seed research where we took seed, registered seed of wheat from the agriculture center in around the city of Waraham, where they do agricultural tests. Some of you might remember, if you ever still go back to early times of the Keshe Foundation, on the internet, we said we want people to grow seeds for us across the world. And if you remember, you all received the seed round about March, and on 21st of March, you all seeded. And we watched how the seeds grew over the time. And we tested Dilla and the others. With our scientist, agriculturist in Belgium, we gave him a greenhouse. We paid for all the water system needed to run a very systematic research. We tested different conditions, and those days nobody knew about gases, but I created the gases that the seeds were pre-prepared in what we call packages, and packages were sent at different times that they don't interact. And we evaluated how we see we can bring that change in genetic, modified genes in crop. We knew the seed we carry was genetically modified. We observed how some people in America, some in Europe, some in Australia, and different parts of the world received the seed, and I'm sure some of you here are part of that trial some 15 years ago. In the trial in Belgium, with the scientists, with the process of the specific processing of the seed, this documented, it's a full report. It used to be on the Keshe Foundation website. You most probably know where it is. Some of you can dig it out. We saw that the wheat went back to its origin, genetically modified, and became grass. We could even decide in which level of the evolution of the grass to wheat we want to watch, we want to observe. When it became to the original grass, where it came from, we didn't see one stem with the flower. We saw it spread like a grass, and we saw 10, 20 stems coming up like grass. Then we understood genetically we can enter. We reported this back to the people who were concerned and doing this, that with this technology, we can change the GMO. And in a process in China, during my stay of 2 or 3 years, and some things we did with the Chinese authorities, we've proven that GMO can be changed. And to this effect, we have received collaboration call from the Chinese government to enter into the building of the factories in the coming months to change the GMO and the harvesting increase in China. And in the next few days, this contract will be signed by our team in Beijing. So we know genetically we can interact. And as humans and the seeds all use the same protein base from the atmosphere, so it has to be the same as I've seen with some other testopaths. So in a way, in the next couple of years, you will see massive industrial operations in China for changing of GMO, which forces the people who create the GMO to give up. Or you make it, we reverse it, we're back in where we want to be. The reason for change of GMO is important to China is buying seeds which are not regrown. So they always stay consumer. We've seen hundreds of thousands of farmers in India committing suicide because In the past, the seed used to give flowers and they can use the seed for next harvest. Now, every time they have to buy the gene. So, in a way, what we see, genetic modification can be done the same as what we do with drug addiction. Farmers will be given the facilities remotely in the corners of this planet to put the seeds in a specific position and condition, again using plasma technology to remodify and start using. No farmer in India can be committing suicide because he has a GMO, because they'll have the pure seeds in their hand. Now you understand why we did the test, why we asked you to become satellite, and why we asked you to enter into mobile, what we call transportation and transportation. In this way, we end up with the diseases and we end up with what we call hunger, where no farmer shall kill itself. We allocate a specific times for the farmers to place the sacks of the rice they buy with GMO to non-GMO and plant it. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, as we say in English. If it's good for the male duck, it's good for the female duck. If it's good for the Chinese government to benefit by it, it should be beneficial to the Iranian, to the Indian, and to the African the same. We take charge of bringing a balance into humanity as of today. And it's very simple. Our system sits across this planet, and many of you, with all those gas waters you did, you set the scene for us. Those of you who volunteered to become satellite, you have already joined in. All of you who became and came to LINS, to be, you brought us the data from different cultures and nations. And that's why we can link into so fast. Today, we bring that change. And I ask the Keshe Foundation to raise the 2 million to help these two boys, because it gives us a lot of knowledge to bring the change for the rest of us in the next few weeks. One of our richest people, listeners, lost a daughter to drug addiction. With all the millions, could not do anything. Now they understand the importance of this. She took her life 2 years ago. And all the wealth as one of the richest people did not help. Talking to her on a continuous basis, I feel the pain and how has changed the planet. This should not be the pattern. We should not lose our children to addiction and all the psychological damages which brings. We ask the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers and those of you who listen across this planet to respond to this request. It allows us to run the channels for addiction, allows us to run and see what happens, and there is no limit because the Keshe Foundation belongs to you.
Mr. Keshe, I was sent a link to the seed experiment. I can show that briefly here.
Would you like after the teaching? Just after this session, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now you can see we don't talk out of line. Within minutes, knowledge seekers in the background know where these knowledges has been stored over years, and they can call up on it. Can we change with this technology the condition of the pedophiles, that no child can be touched? We saw Vatican this week releasing the report on 2021 only of the priests who have abused children, and they don't dare to go beyond because it's so messy. And even 2021 report is shameful. How many priests are abusing systematically children in the church today? Can we give a headphone as a gift to the priest and say, you go to Sunday Mass on Saturday, listen half an hour to the silence of your own soul and change. The changes are fundamental. And many of you will be into it. Our doctors tested a person with a Parkinson 10 weeks ago. And yesterday, he's finished with the whole process with no shaking, with no Parkinson. And they gradually are reducing the medication in the background that there will be no sign of Parkinson in his life. The same they are doing with Alzheimer's. The same is done with other cases around it. You cannot do it with cancers. You cannot do it with patches. It needs the understanding, the complication and completion of the what we call the knowledge of understanding the universe, universal. In the next few months, once we start these processes, if you have anyone in coma, buy them a headphone. They walk out of the coma. They'll awaken. In the next few days, we will be giving an interview to a prestigious international broadcast for the first time in years. And the newest space technology is on the agenda. This program is totally and completely concerned with the space technology and nothing. We'll outline more in this program and the programs which come after. I asked the Keshe Foundation to respond to our request for the funds to be set up, to start adding up in the next days, as we cannot make these children every day more cells converts, more proximity and closeness for to lose them. When they were in the system this week, it was such a joy. The boy in the front, I asked him to go to the moon. He said, he went to the moon. He felt the moon. I said, now I want you to walk. That's simple. And the parents report how even the sleep changed so fast in one session. We can reach, we can bring the change. We don't need any government to tell us how to travel the span of the universe. There are no governments above 1 kilometer or even 100 meters because you can't reach. We need 1.8 million to run this project for these two boys. It's you who decides, and with it, we'll come back to you to support the Keshe Foundation for addiction. You pay thousands for cocaine. You travel to Taekwondo to buy cocaine and to put Keshe Foundation to shame. You go to the other places as knowledge seekers and you addict. You walk away, but you go back to the addiction again. All this has to stop. All this has to come to total understanding that we cannot and we will not allow the governments and what we call self-centered pharmaceuticals to stop the system. They cannot reach it. It's not on computer line that they can block it, or they can jam it, or they can hack it. I received a threat from a Jewish lady that we are connected to Mossad and we're going to bring everything of the Keshe Foundation down, making threats against the work of the Keshe Foundation when they defrauded the Keshe Foundation. In the past week, I announced that we lost millions because of the fraud by knowledge seekers who came close to the Keshe Foundation. The knowledge seeker is not from Europe and is not European. He lives in Europe, but he's not European. He set out to defraud us. And we've been defrauded heavily, and we stand by it. Those of you who supported us, we tried somehow. We return back in the next few weeks and months what you gave to the foundation, because it was my responsibility, and I stand my position. I don't walk away from it. It creates some hardship for some of you, but we still stand. The finances from the projects will not be allocated to the loss. We always have made our way through our technology in different ways. I request from the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, two ways. If you're a drug addict, give what you use for your addiction to the foundation, that we can run our projects, and others don't become addicts. From $20 a shot to thousands a year. Those of you who know and you have the wealth and you sit on it, does your wealth matches the life up to these boys and many like. These two boys, two happy brothers, they could walk and run together 6 months ago, will not be here through genetic defect of the wishes of the ancestors in the next few years. We don't use any medicine. We don't use any. We just reach the soul of the man. We need 1.8 million. And we need much more to be able to stop the addiction. This is the change. You asked us to bring the change. You came to Keshe Foundation to see the change. Now we start implementing. There is no centers. There is nowhere they can attack. There is no way they can shut down. There is no way they can hack the satellites and break down wherever you like. With the knowledge not to be an addict, become assets of every man around the world. The only people who will suffer from this will be the kingdom of United Kingdom, where the royal family made his living out of drug trafficking for years and centuries. The biggest what we call drug cartel sits within what we call British monarchy. How they brought China with addiction to knees, and how they tried in Iran and the Middle East, even in the hump of a camel to traffic. So I'll bring this session to an end, and then we go to the teaching in the next session. But we need, I don't need, you need to bring that change. We are here just those who support and has the knowledge to support. We need to raise millions. I used to do it on my own. And with what we've done with the knowledge seeker to store so many millions from us, we have to come back to you. And we need it today. Every second, a cell in this body of these two changes, preparing the body to die. The father was holding the elder son in the system. And he said he's never seen his son so relaxed. He's never felt him so comfortable and relaxed as he was going through the process. And the mother writes, every night, 1 or 2 times a night, we have to get up to take him to go to the toilet. This night, he did not even wake up. Now we know. And now it's your problem. I provide the technology and knowledge of creation. It's for you is to run the structure that can benefit all of us. No millions in the bank will bring the daughter which commits suicide from drugs. Rick, if you would like to show the modification, genetic modification of the what you found on the internet, and then we take your break and we'll come back to teach.
Okay.
As we announced last week, all the health matters has to go to health at spaceshipinstitute.org and be handled from there as a center. Go ahead, please.
Okay, this is the link to the webpage from the Keshe Foundation website. And I put the link in our chats as well, so people can access it directly. And we can scroll down, and it shows it's the 9th of August, 2012 seed experiment with agriculture. And there's a bunch of information here. Do you want me to read that, or do we have time for that, Mr. Keshe?
Just show it as it is. People can go and read the link.
I'll make it a bit bigger so they can see easier online. And it just talks about the proposal and the tests that were done, and it shows a series of pictures with seed packets and the letter that was sent to people with the seed packs. And the GANS water that's used as part of the program. So I see some weighing of materials and
because they were sent the liquid at that time, we couldn't teach about gases. They were sent a package of liquid, how to do what to do as well, or how to make a liquid. Different people with different instructions and different instructions. That's why they show that liquid in the pack and what they have to do and how they make their own liquid and the rest.
mm-hmm. Everything has to be sterile and proper as
this is done by one of knowledge seekers this way. He was very systematic. This is not the original trial with the seeds in Belgium. This is one of the knowledge seekers who, when he received the packages from the Keshe Foundation, he went through the process. As you can see, the color of the seed, it shows it's GMO. These are the chemicals they put on the seed to control it. Normal seed, when you see it. GMOs are usually coated with materials that actually affects the genes of the seed, controls it. And that's why there are these colors. These come from the experimental seed center in the city of Barham, or what we call the Anzaham area. They have a big area which they test different corn and wheat and everything else. It was taken from them, they gave it to us. So all the characteristics of the seed was known. Go back to the bottom where they grow. Yeah, that's the start for the gift.
Lots of detailed pictures.
Very, very detailed, yeah. We did this in China with tiger nuts. And they ran the two next to each other. The tiger nut, I think if you go back, you'll find it somewhere. It'll take 30 or 23 days before you see the first shoot and the division. And with the GANS technology, we see it within 6 days. And the harvest is much more. You see, those days we couldn't tell you about the GANS, but the GANS was already 10 years ago, 12 years ago, was given to the knowledge seekers without them knowing what it is. The whole purpose, if I remember correctly, we allowed the two seeds to grow separately, and then one without and one with the GANs, and then to compare and to see. It was set out exactly what they have to do. Like now, you volunteer to come to Linz to test the system. Knowledge seekers at that time volunteer to do these seed trials. I used to do a lot of teaching with NASA, what we call, and then they banned us because we were teaching too freely in the NASA scientists. And we did the same here. Knowledge seekers those days started growing, testing to show what it can do and how it can be done. And you can see it. The wheat literally changes. The name of address of the knowledge seekers is on an envelope, so you're going back to it. This is done the same. And now is at the reach of you. You've seen it. We're going back to grass. If you go to the last picture, what you see in the growth, you can see that there's specifically certain what they call wheat take actually natural, they go back to grasses, they were not ever wheat. So genetically we can interfere, genetically we can change the situation back to the origin. It's the same with the boys. They go back before the emotion of the father, or the grandfathers, or the grandmothers. This is the way the technology has to be. We pay for it through our own free will, and we use it at the time of need with our own free will. Thank you very much, Rick. We go for a small break and we come back and we go back into the teaching, and then we'll go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Take a 5-minute or so break here with some commercials and be back shortly.
The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here.
Okay, welcome back everyone to our 460th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, November 24th, 2022. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin the part 2 of our program here?
Yes, willing, able, and I hope we can. In the teaching of the past few weeks and months, we also spoke about the soul of the man and soul of physicality. And in that process, we always spoke with how the two will interact and the two will what we call work together. In a way, if you understood that the soul of the man is in the center of the body of the man, in the brain of the man. And what we call the soul of physicality surrounded it. This will come from the extremities and different part of your body, how you touch it feels, how you felt when you touch your partner's skin, how you felt when you cuddle the dog, creates the emotion. And that emotion, in sense from this to this, creates a certain position and emotion. Let me make this bigger, then you might understand it much easier. This is your soul in the center of your brain. And then this is your blood circulation around it. We don't see any blood vessels inside the brain. The soul does not allow nothing to work and distract it. You want to contain me, sit around me, not inside me. And this moves your arms and legs and everything else. Depends where you are. And what it brings in the interaction with the environment, in sharing it with the soul, and in what comes out of the soul, in saying what the soul feels, this gives you the point of emotion. Which, with the conversion inside the brain of the man, will become different emotion in respect to different part. When this blood transfers its emotion at this point, when it comes to do what it wants to do, and it goes to it and transfers it, at this point to go to the soul, here this becomes a joy, where here was the pain. So the intermediary is the tissue cell of the body of the man, which sits in this manner across. That's why when we open a brain, we see different textures, different densities, absorbing the rays from the soul. Very much, as I always said, you cannot have a solar system if its sun does not sit in the center of it. You can't have a solar system with a sun sitting outside somewhere here and not being in the center. It does not work. The whole system will turn towards it and become it. It's the same. The soul of the man sits within the structure. And the proximity we saw, the size of the solar system, the earth, the moon, and the rest, becomes the kidney, the liver, and the shape of the man. Do you need an intermediary between the sun and the earth? to tell what the earth needs to do, and to put the sun in a position of work with earth. Does the sun negotiate, talk to someone to teach earth how to rotate, how to move, how to become that emotion of being earth? Or as now he has the control and understanding of his physical structure, it communicates with it direct, with the understanding of other fields and the environment. So the soul of the solar system, the sun, we call it the soul in the body of the man, does not need any intermediaries. As it interacts now, it has its dimension, it has its parameters, and it works. The biggest question now for you as a human race is this. If you understood this, that the sun and the solar system and the interplanetary system, it does not need any intermediary negotiators, how do you as human race allow mullahs and ayatollahs to tell you how to feel between your soul and the soul of physicality and your physical life? But now you understand you're responsible for it. This brings an end to abuse of religions, if you understand the principle of the knowledge. Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, walk away from that, otherwise I'll bring you to shame. You abuse enough Iranians. Walk away from the office of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran and the Sepah and military advisors. We don't need any intermediaries. As we as Russians, we know we don't need to between our souls and physicality to stand to be correct. The same goes with the office of the Pope in Vatican and the Jews in Jerusalem and the rest. Mankind has matured that it does not need abuse by false intermediaries. As the man now has a direct connection between the soul of creator and the soul of the physicality of the man. Bring the Quran, and I challenge you sentence by sentence to show that the time of Messiah has come. And he is amongst us as a soul of every individual of us. Now we understand. It's come to an end to the religions. If, as I said to the other, what I call diplomats, the only way to stop the wars is to show the fallacy of the religion as man now is mature that does not need intermediaries. If there is no intermediary between the sun and the earth, there is no need for intermediary to control the emotion of the man between the physicality of the man and the soul of the man who lives by the ethos of Zoroaster and Mitra, the ethos of the creator. Now we understand that the man is mature to the point that in the depth of the universe, when you have no dimension of physicality, but the physicality sits within the structure of the energy of the soul of the man, the conduct has to be the same. Why do we need to interrupt the physicality within the soul for it to conduct good, where we allow it to abuse when the physicality takes over the soul or engages the soul? This brings us a lot of understanding. This brings an end to the religions. This brings an end into the abuse in the name of the creator, that not even single ray of the rights of the cosmic rights, universal lights or rays of the creator ever reached Ayatollah Khamenei. How can he claim to be of it? The same with the Vatican. I put my life at risk But I've been here for thousands of years. I just changed the rock. And we'll get you. The challenge was that the protector of the faith, the protector of the God's will, the God is here. Answer to it, otherwise it will never end. The God is amalgamation of the souls of the humanity. This is a call for all the religions to end. A new challenge will show, will stand. My direct call goes to those who are set in Iran to protect the return of Mahdi. He has arrived. This arm. It's your own soul. You have to walk away with. I have a direct call to you. Open the Quran verse by verses, and we answer scientifically and knowledgeably verse by verse. The time of Mahdi has come, and the Mahdi is amongst us, as is us. Now, when the Creator hasn't got intermediaries, but the people who inform of the knowledge, he does not intermediaries in the name of the mullahs, ayatollahs, Vaticans with the report of abuse, Jerusalem priests and what we call rabbis with the misleading of the conflict between the two nations and what they call one nation of Palestine. The same goes to the what we call Buddhist and the rest of it. Religions become what? When man understands religions means the conduct of the soul and not a way to what I call, put it through, is the phases of abuse. If you understand this process, if you understand how you can connect and how you are connected back the earth to the sun without intermediaries, then you should understand there is a bigger scale of work. The universe, the universe, and other levels in between which man is not aware of, and finally the totality of the Creator. We come from this end by knowledge. And our job is to come to and go back to you, the cycle of coming and going back to maybe 50 or 80 years. To us is billions of years. We have to get time. As I said very interestingly, very recently, if you go to Tehran, there is a district where they have built in a military base in the center of now Tehran, used to be in the north of Tehran, out of the city years ago, a religious center with a dome which they gather for big events, where ayatollahs give talks and whatever. Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. The center dome where you have built in Abbasabad, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Right in the center of the dome is where I was brought up and where I lived. You have already built a place to protect the soul of the Creator's work. It's not accident. I went there, I saw it, and I said, I knew what I'd be at the age of 8 in this place. And you have already built a dome over it to protect it. Right in the center of your dome is where I was brought up. And I became to understand what is to come. Mankind has to become to understand that the time for intermediaries is over, as when you are in the deep space, there are no intermediaries. And your children will understand about the behavior, the truth of the message of Christ, not about the fallacy about the man who did not exist, that the man has created to be with. You have to understand. You have to come to realize that it's you who's your savior. It's you who has to be the giver. It's you who has to expect none. I told you a few minutes ago, we give the knowledge to you if you're an addict freely to walk away from it. We make it now possible that we don't need to go in the systematic ways of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. The recessions in the coming time, when we eradicate the whole process, that anybody suffers from the Parkinson locks into the system at a given time. Hundreds of thousands of you walk away without Parkinson. You support me, I support you. You betrayed me, you betrayed yourself. Now you understand why I went for you as satellites. The soul of those who become and became satellites is already aware of the change to come, and it will be part of it. The understanding of the transmutation of the fields of the universe will become the new occupation of the man. In a way, up to now, we looked into the skies to see the UFOs. Mankind will look into the skies with the eye of the soul, not with the eye of the man. And universe and unicos is oyster. You got to understand that with a new understanding of the fields of the universe in motion, what we call energy, fields of the universe in the uniformity of the motion you call plasma, now has to be understood. Now has to be integrated into the structure of what we call life of the man in the space. We need to bring this change in, as now mankind has matured enough in numbers to be able to bring that burden of the change for the rest. You'll be amazed in the next few weeks and months how the drug traffickers will dump and try to make the dogs and the cats addict because they can't reach their bosses. And you do the same with your cat and dog, but just buy them a headphone. And put them on the line, the hours that is transmitted. And we have set our system that there is no hacking. Now you have to understand how to bring the two fields of your soul, of physicality, you will call the spirit, and the soul of the man to work together. That does not need the brain cell, but it works without it. The way you shall do when you become a passenger of the universe, as your brain in this amino acid cannot exist. We don't have a brain between the earth and the sun. It's got to be part of the knowledge of the man in space that sooner or later mankind will come to understand that the totality of the knowledge shared belongs not only to man. It is the right of every citizen of this planet. And it's the right of all of us to have access to it. We don't make a game of it, we make a life of it. Keshe Foundation is set to bring that change to technology, and we will have many enemies. Those who want us not to be there, and how they can bring that condition for it not to be there. Try to understand what the emotion is. Try to understand how you create that emotion. Try to understand in what condition of physicality you create the strength with the interaction of the field of the souls that gives you that emotion. And then go to your soul and create the same field of strength that interaction with the soul of physicality creates the same emotion. Then if you become mature to this, then it doesn't matter if the soul is the protector of the physicality or the physicality is protector of the soul. They work in a synchronized manner because they are both aware of everything. When you work in that strength, all the other souls and physicalities work on the same strength, then man shall not lie, man shall not cheat, man shall not kill, because I'm hungry, I need fields, and I'm given fields. It's got to be understood by majority of the people, and gradually, but all from the point of the first education, what it means to live with the soul, and what it means the existence of the spirit or the dimension of physicality. Our children will be educated to the knowledge of the universe from birth, the way they inherited the X chromosome and became paralyzed and become all the diseases we call it. It's just the energy and emotion which has brought that change. So the same shall be when the man understands this as a childhood, within the fathers and mothers' energy fields that has no X chromosome or Y. When the children of the man are created from the fields of the soul of the man, man shall bring no imperfect child to this world. And that time has come. And that time is amongst us. And it's the time for us to bring it. In a coming time, in a very, very short time, as we are working in the background and development technologies, as our team have to understand it, there'll be no room for vaccination. We transfer the energy of what we call the virus, which your body of dimension of physicality could be a virus on this planet, but on another planet or position in the universe is your food, to understand the transmutation from position to position. So you do come to the point that if you want to have a measles protection, you put your child this channel, this time allows this to be received as an energy There'll be no ADHD, there will be no autism because of the mixture of the viruses and the injections of fake ways they do deliberately to them. Now, gradually, your eyes opening up, the capability and the possibilities which is now is open to mankind. You go on channel 24 and you can have as much apple as you like, but you won't pull an apple and you won't kill an apple. You want to have a lamb, you go on channel 26, you get to taste the food and everything of it, and you don't need to slaughter an animal. Now you understand how extensive this will touch you and how satellites are needed, because the electronic satellites have a limitation of physicality. We need the soul satellite, which is of the same and transmute the same and is there to give and to exist. I made man in the image of myself. Is our creator ADHD or is he a drug addict? None. And so should be the man. Now the man has the knowledge. And this is the cornerstones of the teaching. This is the cornerstones of understanding the embodiment of the cosmic rays, the soul, the ganses, and everything else which goes with it. What will be the next step for you to understand the strength of the cosmic rays? Which one you need, which one you don't need? How do you attract it to yourself and how you reject some because you don't need it even though they're on target? Very soon, once we start these systems to go public for you to tap into, you will tell us how you feel. You will tell us, today I didn't eat, not interested, because today I received what I need as energy through the what we call the channels which is set up by Keshe Foundation. We govern the planet, not pieces of land. We govern through the soul and technology and knowledge, not by the gun policy and whatever sits with it. We need your support to be able to bring that change scientifically, correctly, and with the process and understanding of the whole lot, that we do not bring the change by wars, we bring change by love and creation of new conditions. I hope you understand what's on the table today and what is the part of the teaching. And the main target and the main objective of today is you do not need intermediaries. And nobody can protect the right of the Creator when themselves are abusers of the name of the Creator in the name of Ayatollah and the rest. I hope you understood the teaching of today. It has come to an end, and you understand scientifically why to the views of the man by the religion. Unless you enjoy an intermediary because you still think, I haven't found either. So I double in weaknesses of my own lack of understanding. Look to understand, try to find out the knowledge, and at the same time try to be precise that you don't need another intermediary. You understand the knowledge that there is no need for intermediary anywhere in the universe. I always said, my message hasn't changed. It's for you to understand, you mature to. When I said to the professors at Jeddah University in early 2012-13, when they wanted to send a student to the KF SSI, in which direction do you get your student to pray and bend when it's traveling the span of universe and the earth is rotating and they're upside down and they're in different part of the universe which rotates itself? Where do you find your God to pray to, unless your God is within you? Understanding the conduct. The message has not changed. And the technology and the knowledge has not changed. We just explain more of it that you understand it more freely. Are there any questions? Or do you have any questions or doubts in what your capabilities are?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. There are a number of questions in the Q&A and also in YouTube. I have a question. How are you going to get headphones onto a cat?
Easy, put it on his ear.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll let you try that one first. A dog, maybe, but a cat?
The cats have ways to be done. Don't forget, you don't need to put a headphone. You can put them in the environment, even in the box that are entrapped in it. You understand?
Sure, you can just, it doesn't have to be a headphone necessarily. Just you could have
how many of you had
something.
Yeah, how many of you had a headphone the first times we tried it? How many of you just listened to it? The reason we go for a headphone, because we understood in our trials, people who come and sit in the units, they have problem with everything else. Seat is not comfortable, this, that, they're too short, too high, whatever you want. A reason to distract themselves. When we put the headphones on, is amazing. The efficiency goes up by 10 times more. You understand? So that's why we go for the headphones, because it directly sets your ear. The two ear holes literally crosses the soul. Yeah. And we teach you slowly how, even when you have earphones, the things you can do physically to move the fields to different parts of the body. It's no use fixing your head, your brain, I call it, with a position where there is, let's say, Parkinson damage, or you have a disability, without actually which disability you're talking about. There is much more to this technology than just thinking, oh, well, it's a headphone, I can make things. And as I said, you will find a lot of people very soon will bring stations for food or whatever, but you'll find out none will be able to deliver, because there are hidden technologies, which is a space technology, universal knowledge, which has been put into Keshe Foundation systems. We don't allow interference, then these people can abuse it. Even our own people don't understand when they make things, why they are making it, because it's made in a way, in the materials, in the conditions that creates the effect we want, and that effect stays as it is. Now, try your cat in a box. How do you get a headphone over the fish, which is always anxious? You can't buy a headphone on the fish, can you? How would you reach the lion not to kill? How do you always, so you can't put a headphone on the ear of the lion. Any other question?
Okay, thank you.
Now, have you sorted out your position with your cat?
I don't think I'll ever sort out my position with the cat that visits me. It's usually due to come in right about this time, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It hangs off my windowsill until I open the window and it can jump in.
It's a neighbor's cat paying a visit.
Yes, yes.
The food must be delicious. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I fed her, and that's the end of it.
It's amazing how people behave towards their cat. In our factory in Austria, the people are very kind and very generous and whatever. And they start feeding a cat, which was a stray around there, we thought. And after a while, the owner came and says, "Can you stop feeding this cat? He's not eating at home." But I think the cat gets a better food at the factory and the lab than it gets at home. So he always comes for the food. And they try to feed it. So it depends where he enjoys more.
Yeah, as Stefania says in the chat, cats choose their owner.
The whole of Keshe Foundation has a cat owner. There's a cat owner of a cat. It's gorgeous. He always hangs around there. I think it takes from the fields coming from the center. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's move into a question from delivered by Cristiano from Alexandra in Brazil. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. You said in the 458th Knowledge Seekers Workshop teachings that there is the same structure of life as on planet Earth throughout the universe and even in the solar system, but without the dimension of the matter state. So the questions, 2 questions. 1, is that system where we go when we dream?
Not really, because when you dream, you still got the physicality left behind. You become aware of its existence, but you're not, in a way, left the totality because the body is still left behind. In some cases, you can replicate what you call it, you can create the physicality. But the physicality is a different physicality than you actually have one here. Many people have done it over centuries. And I think if we teach the beautiful people how to do it, we will see individuals as they want to be. And maybe we can free them from the shackles of 4 or 5 of them in one house, as I call it. We'll run a test for the schizophrenic. One of the knowledge seekers right on the top of the Keshe Foundation, who's not there anymore, is a schizophrenic with 4 different characters and responds to different names to each character. If you call this name, the behavior is this. If you call that name, the behavior is like that. Would we give 4 physicality to 4 of them and free the shackles of it? And one always lies and one is always aggressive. And they don't interact. They are aware of each other, but they don't like talking to each other or doing it. Maybe by giving them different physicality in the dimension of soul, we see the true beauty of each one of them. And you have to call the right name, the right soul will appear, and physicality even changes in that dimension. Somebody a lot of you know. Any other question?
The second part of the question, do people who disembody or who die go to these places and continue their lives there in this dimension?
We always said the soul has a field of strength that it has a position for that. One of the beauties with the soul of the man, and is one of its attributes, is that is created by interaction of the multiplicity of matter state field ganses. So it fits more or less anywhere in the universe. It's not mono-energetic. It's not monocycle life. When you look at your body, you have every element that there is in the periodic table is in the body of the man. It cannot be, because if it's part of this planet, it has become part of the man. We lived here for centuries, thousands, millions of years. We have taken it, doesn't matter what it is. And there are still parts of the universal cosmic fields which convert into the matter state in the body of the man, which the scientists up to now have not even understood. So we carry parts of the fields of the structure of the universe too within us. Just because we don't understand it, doesn't make sense. As we never knew there is uranium and plutonium, and then we found out there are, and then when we tested, it's always in the body of the man too. All of us carry good amounts of uranium and plutonium and all sorts of things. But there are other elements. Just because we couldn't understand, we knew our chart was up to, let's say, gold or silver. We could never imagine the material like plutonium, uranium exists. Now we know it is, and we check it's in the body of the man. The same is the spectrum, the fields of the matter states, or what we call energy fields as the ganses of the universe, is within the man. And man will adapt to it when it comes to it, when he approaches and then reaches or when arrives at the given position, because on Earth you need very little uranium, but on planet Zeus you need tons of it for you to compare it. But because you have the essence of it in the source of your life, you can call upon it to extract the fields of the universe to confirm your existence. So when you look at the body of the man, you say, oh, got so much gold or so much silver. There are more materials the man hasn't understood, which belongs to the universe, belongs to beyond the cosmos. And we are part of it. We came through that cycle, so it's part of us. But we haven't found that yet. Many materials, the scientists imagine will exist, or it could exist in the universe through the, whatever you call, blah, blah, atomic mass, atomic weight, or whatever. You have imagined it. While you're looking to find it in the minds of the, look within the body of the man in the right way, you'll find it. Then you don't need to call it imaginary or something exotic. The exoticness is the lack of understanding of the man who has not understood the process of creation, that's all. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have a question in the chat here that was posted earlier from Ivani. And it was in Portuguese. I've translated it. Says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. It says, Monday, you visited my great-granddaughter with autism. For her to participate in treatment, she needs to have treatment, but we don't have possession of the 15 to 20,000 euros costs. is there anything we can do so she can get the treatment?
First of all, we don't treat. The doctors were online when you spoke to them. We assess if the plasma can work on your granddaughter or whatever. And the cost has to be met because we have a cost to meet. We are a NGO. We don't make profit. Whatever we make, we put in. And for years, I put millions into it. We have come to this point because we're defrauded by knowledge seekers, so-called knowledge seekers. So-called, they're not Europeans, because we heard somebody wrote somewhere in the German chat, Mr. Klaus has defrauded the Keshe Foundation. Mr. Klaus has put his life on Keshe Foundation. You dream to be him. Again, propaganda by the Peter Files in Germany. We have to meet our costs. We have to cover our costs. It costs thousands every day to keep that place you come for half an hour as an exhibition center. None of you have ever paid for it. The factories we paid, we lost the money we gave to people in America to open factories and do things for us, millions disappeared. We never spoke. And now, maybe it was a good thing in hindsight that this guy came, and with the team he brought with him, defrauded us from millions. And when we asked for our money, they threatened us with everything. You'll be amazed, we released these documents because now it's in the hand of the banks. That how threats I received to my life and the Keshe Foundation and everything else once we asked for our funds. So I covered for 15, 20 years. We're still covering, we're still here. But you want to use the knowledge and the facilities. At this moment of time, we have to cover extensive costs.
So one thing people might do is you can start what they call a GoFundMe or other similar fund and allow people to support you and
For each case, yes, there has to. This is the way we did with these two children. Keshe Foundation came out because we know the implication of this, and all the doctors you see in the background. It wasn't just I come there to assess scientifically we can change such a thing. It's the doctors who make the decision. We don't come online on our own. We're there with the 2 or 3 doctors in the background in the setting. And all these, in the long run, has to be run. When a doctor puts his lifetime on serving you, he has to be served. The same with the operation in the centers. Our expenses run into double digits every day sometimes. But thousands in front of it. You have to cover the costs. I did for years. Most of what I put in was stolen by deceiving knowledge seekers from in Europe, but not from Europe, they're still playing innocent. So now you have to carry the burden, otherwise you lose everything because there is not there to support I've done for 20 years. It costs when we charge you €2,000 for half an hour, that will cost what to run the center. It has to be covered if the systems around the world are there to serve. It's like your servers you use. You have to pay for it. You rent a car, you pay for the hours you use by the hours you use. Simple as that. At the moment, we're in that stage. And we're trying to bring the changes. This process of addiction, it's going to cost the foundation, once we complete it, I'm saying about $2 to $3 billion. This is the money you don't pay for drug traffickers, for cocaine and the rest of it. You know, now in Europe it's tradition, in America, they grow, harvest wheat or whatever, and they throw it away to keep the control. Very soon, the way we're going, the drug traffickers will throw all their goods on the streets because nobody needs it. Even if you say you don't want to touch it because you have a cure for it. Actually, in a way, this fraud has brought us in a way. You want to help yourself, you have to set up in a way that the foundation can survive to do it. I would like to see, because of a lot of scientific reasons for our team and the doctors, the change in these two boys. And I'd like to raise 1.8 million. As fast as it can be done, as we need at least 150,000 to start with immediately. We are not coming to study anything. It's your responsibility to safeguard what we call the technology and the next generation, to understand it and to share it. As the gentleman says, for the granddaughter, we have something most probably 1 billion grandfathers and grandmothers wanting to see their grandchildren healthy and their children. You pay national insurance, you pay to your governments, and at the end of it, you get nothing. This is the process of we do it. Sometime in the future, it will not cost anything because it's just the structure of people running it. Many people came to us volunteers to Keshe Foundation, and then they asked for payment, and then when you cannot do, they were volunteers, now the wages, and they go, and that's it. They didn't come to Keshe Foundation. People like Rick have been here for years, and the others. We didn't come for the money of it. We came to bring that change. And somehow we support, we find a way to run our lives in the back. I lost my son because of the foundation. But it's still there to serve. The best thing happened to me was my divorce was completed months ago. And I could physically separate my soul. And it's just that you understand what you do is for betterment of the millions and the change that it is. It's a marriage has a soul and the soul of physicality. And the point of divorce separates that soul of physicality and you're free. And the same is with you. You have to decide where you want to bring that soul with the grandchild or daughters. We are here. We try to create a mass delivery. And sometimes we have to do things which fits that the mass can receive it. And it's your job to create ways to fund it. We cannot do. I cannot tell the guy, you come to the center. How many of you come there? Hundreds of you. Yesterday there were 10, 20 people visiting, going for the tour. Did they pay a cent? Did they do anything? They just came, they learned, they got, ooh, what a new knowledge. And they left. There's a light. There's a person who teaches you. We had 2 people yesterday teaching. The facilities, the cleaner, the rent on the property. Where does it come from? It doesn't fall off the sky. Mr. Keshe paid for 20 odd years, 30 years for it. Now, we got defrauded by one of you deliberately, so we all have to cover it. So if you ask how can you pay what is there, this what we ask is what is there to keep the system running. And you pay not to the Keshe Foundation, you pay to the doctors, to the officers and everything else, not to us. It's set up to benefit your own community, and it's set up to benefit your own process, and then we get paid for the services we provide as a service provider. Technology, knowledge, know-how, and the rest of it. Any other question? But the thing is, what we get paid, we invest back in you. So you're investing in your own life and your future. Just to run this Wednesday teachings and everything you see in the backup, it costs nearly 10,000, 15,000 a month. Then you come just for 3 hour session and you walk away. I learned something, or it was this, or it was that. Carry on.
Okay, we have a couple of hands up here. Ike, you would be first, and Salamia next.
Good day, Mr. Keshe.
Good day.
Yeah. Have you considered having the clients work with a bank to extend some kind of credit facility?
Pardon?
I mean, have you considered working with a bank where the clients can be extended some credit facility?
That's not our job. We are scientific people. That's not our job. You go to bank and borrow, not us.
No. What I'm saying, if the clients work with a bank,
you see, we are international organization. Which bank do you want us to talk to? Which country? And you know the financial arrangement. You have to be the citizen. You have to have a bank account. You have to have everything else to be able even to consider. You have to have the assets. You have to have a collateral and the rest of it.
That's part of it. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe you don't understand. Okay, I'll give you a scenario. I have a client willing to get qualified in his country by his bank. They will give you guarantee that they will continue the payment, but in instrumental pattern. So they give you a deposit, they go through the process, but the bank gives you the LC, like the guarantee.
We are not in this kind of game. This is not our problem. This is something we don't want to get involved in.
Oh, okay.
We are a scientific organization. We listen to some people if the case is interesting for us. You brought the guy from Nigeria this week, and you sat with him. Yeah, the family has spent thousands and tens of thousands on their child, taking them all over the world. And what happened? They already tell you they use the gases, they believe in it and whatever. And then what accusation they made when we did not give their way? We became the worst. Is they have to live with that child, not me. They have to wash him, they have to feed him, he cannot walk for the rest of his life. It's not my burden, it's their burden. We are there to see the possibilities that we can help. Once we help, we can do the others. And we are not bankers. And I don't want to get involved in those kind of things. It's a straightforward. You go to the bakery and says, give me a loaf of bread. I go to my bank, I pay installments every day for part of it. It's you who needs it. It's you who's got to sort it out. And second is the decision of the structure in each area which they see. Maybe in Tehran you cannot pay 25,000, but you can pay that. But the decision is made by the doctors and the people at the point, not by us.
Understood.
And when they don't get it, they accuse you of everything. And I have a very simple, straightforward mindset. I don't have to live with the disability and the pain. Why do you make it my pain and my disability? Because you are too greedy with everything else. They live in mansions of hundreds of thousands, millions, and they do everything else, but they just want to say we are trying to do this for internal satisfaction.
And they accuse me of stuff too.
They accuse of, exactly, we don't need it. It's there. If you are there, you believe in it, you find a way to do it. These two children we saw, and I know the family was not expecting everything they had. They bought a wheelchair, they bought a car to be able to put the wheelchair in now. They have to change the car now to be able to get two wheelchairs very soon in. They have to install the lift in the house. Every cent of these two young parents is going to foresee for next, maybe after the day the two die, what happens to the car? What happens to all this time? What happened? They invested the love and the care and the emotion that are behind. That's why we are responsible for that emotion. They're trying to stop that. We all die. We all go through the process. We're prepared to spend it on ourselves, but not for the others, because I always say, when you think of giving to the others, you're taken from. You got to make it available, that if it's there to be done. Now in 2 calls, we see we are literally getting bombarded by people who need help. But before you call us for help, understand there's massive expenses in the background with all these things. We have very few people who work on being around the foundation, like Rick and others who put their time freely for years to come. Anybody else you see you come and gone, it's because they wanted to be paid. Come sweet the first few months, and I did this, and then I need to be paid because I'm doing this. If we had been paid, one time when we fell for this, people, foundation was paying $350,000 a month wages and expenses. And then we watched the Zoom private conferences that we are cheating. Mr. Keshe is stupid, he's paying us, we just sit there. I watched their videos. They're so stupid that they put on the Zoom recording. Now it's yours. We've done everything we can. Now you want to help yourself. You have to cover the expenses of it, because now it's real. And Microsoft doesn't wait for, there was a 3,000-4,000 bills every month for the software you use. The Zoom does not. All these Zooms, all of you use private Zooms of the Keshe Foundation. We pay for it. Sometimes it shocks me to see how much I pay to Microsoft, to Zoom, and all these providers of services, which you just sit there and enjoy. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. There's a question from you in live stream. Are there still spaces left for the all-purpose simulation flight experience?
What does that mean?
Well, I think it's advertised in the KF store as the all-purpose flight simulation experience.
Yeah, that's the first one. We still, people come up, still see 1 or 2, but then it has to be organized to fit into the other times.
So they can still apply for that then?
Yeah, you can still apply.
Okay. Okay, we have a hand up with Salamia. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, Rick, thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to inform you that I had a test, urine test, and is alkaline because I use only natural gums, I mean the leaves. I drink from 1 month only juice of the leaves, only small, but I need distilled water, and for this reason I am kindly asking you how I can make myself this distilled water, because in my urine was crystal of phosphate, and I think that I have to use distilled water in with a plasmatic technology. If you can help me, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
You cannot create a distilled water as you boil it and take all minerals out, unless you have a specific, what do you call it, systems. You can kill the germs, you can take elements out of the water, but the way you distill water by evaporation, it is possible, it can be done, but it's too expensive at the moment. Too expensive to do. So you still have to boil the water and correct the steams. But as a friend of mine said, the best distilled water, a little bit of salt and your own sweat. Any other question?
Okay.
Thank you.
See here, we have a question in YouTube. From Matteo, who says, I've noticed that having GANs in the same room with people I know that have never seen it before changed the way we talked and what we talked. And we talked in a more lovely and open way. Could that be a possibility?
100%. 100%. Not 99. We use ganses for change of emotion in families. We make a specific ganses. I've done that many, many times. You just place it in the house where there's a conflict and anger and whatever between the family. And you wait. And you keep on seeing the gas reduces. You top it up every few days. Because when it goes on, it means those are the energies which you use. The leftover is not what the family needs. So you keep on topping it up. And then you see the changes. Right? We had a strange relationship, like cats and dogs, as we call it in English, husband and wife. And nowadays the house is absolute silent. People start fighting. Because they don't need to take energy from that. So when you fight, you try to prove you're right, you take energy. And when you receive that energy without fighting, you don't need it. The point is that the amazing thing with the new wellness centers is there'll be rows of systems, but you won't see anybody in the systems. And somebody around the world somewhere is getting benefit by that system being in that wellness center. That could be you, that could be a Chinese guy, whatever. Instantaneously we go. We're watching how instantaneous this system works. And it's amazing. Now, when we said we are going to the mobile system to move you, we have to do all these tests that what we move, what we don't move, and how we'll feel, whatever. And we are seeing an amazing, amazing data and realities which are coming up. And how people feel instantaneously the change. We had a case, I'm sure the person is on the line, is one of the old knowledge seekers. When you come online with us, and when you talk to us, like the way we did with you, with the first trial with Rick, you don't switch off your microphone. Whenever you're in these processes, anywhere in the world, you have to leave your own, because people think they put a headphone on and they switch off the microphone, as they cannot be heard. It's like a one-way traffic. You hear my soul, but I can't hear yours. How can I feed you back? And so when people come with a process with the Keshe Foundation in all the centers which are coming up and they are running, you leave your microphone open. And we tested this in a very funny way recently, that by the knowledge seekers switch off their microphone as they don't want to hear. They might fall asleep, you don't want to hear them snoring, the rest of it. And we realize now, we know about it, we just tell them, can you switch on your microphone? Otherwise it's a one-way traffic, you get nothing from us. And immediately they switch on the microphone, they see the changes. This shows the system is interactive, this shows the system works so fast. And this is how it will be built up. We are looking, if you have any kind of, don't come up with us. I had a sausage yesterday, we get these things, people. I had 2 eggs, I got poisoned. Can you help me with my things? Because I can't. We got more other things to look at than the rest. And before you get in touch with us, look at your financial situation, what we can do, because expenses has to be paid. When you go to the doctor, you carry your money with you. You have, when you approach us, you have doctors on the line, that it's the time the facility is used. When you go to a doctor to use the MRI, you have to pay for it. You facilitate it before you go out. I remember Dr. Christopher used to tell me, people come to my surgery, they're sick, but they come with a chicken or eggs or vegetables, that's my payment. I go home with a sack of fruit for the whole day and they go home being cured. Unfortunately, we can't accept eggs and raw potatoes down the line at the moment. So when you approach us, when you come in, when you send it, look at your financial background. Foundation has costs to cover. And at the moment, as we increase the numbers, the expenses go colossally higher. The thing is, when the doctors in Keshe Foundation handle you, is for life. Is not for, what do you call it, for a few hours. The change is fundamental, the change is in all your body, everything, because we don't go to your body. We only handle the fields of the universe in your body. Whatever your body does to it is how it balances itself. We are not in a field of medicine, we are in fields of what we call energies of the universe, and that's how it works. Any other question? I said to one of knowledge kids as a joke a few days ago, I wonder if somebody gets sick in planet Zeus, what would he like to pay to the foundation? What they have, there is no use here. So be prepared, it's there. We are there to respond, we are there to do things, but it's like you actually go to doctors now without a destination, without a point. Then they have to be paid. If you go now, there's on the line, there's a credit card, you pay the credit card, you can speak to the doctor. Now, this is a facility doctors around the world are providing. Their wages, their centers, all the machinery put in there has to be compensated. Any other question?
Jefferson put a question in the chat here. regarding buying the ebooks, your ebooks from Amazon or even from the KF store that directs to Amazon books. In Brazil, apparently he says they're not able to buy your books there from Amazon.
That's a limitation. That's a limitation which Amazon puts on which countries we can sell. That's nothing. I'll ask the question, but I know we had again another knowledge seeker who's with us, introduced a guy in London who was supposed to promote us. He sold thousands and thousands of our books. We haven't seen a cent. He took 10,000 euro from the Keshe Foundation. They all came sweetie from Greece to rob us and then disappear when they start robbing. And we know he put the Keshe Foundation on Amazon in a separate way. And now we're trying to even block that one. We trusted the knowledge seekers a lot when they came, and we found out that the worst ones who come to deceive and to cheat. And will we wait and see? But it depends. Amazon decides which countries, or our team has decided in which country we want to sell things. But I'll ask them to be checked what it is. A number of Keshe Foundation at the center, if you come, books have been signed because a lot of people ask for signed books. They are there, and there is to put out their special thing to be put. Very few books are kept there signed. But we stopped selling, for example, the signed books, and you only could buy it in 2 or 3 countries, the signed books, because a lot of the signed books were blocked and stolen by the Belgian government and the post. They were kept there, and they were not delivered. So you have to speak to Amazon Brazil, where we check and see why you don't get it. Any other question?
Yes. Let's see here. We've got a question from Pamela from Brazil. Mr. Keshe, thank you for so much love and knowledge shared. Recently, you told us about worsening depression associated with Corona. This week, I accompanied an infected knowledge seeker who started the protocol and recovered very quickly, but she reported that her emotional state was severely shaken and she had strange thoughts. Could this be a new mutation of the virus?
It is a new mutation. We've seen it. And this is the new virus mutation. It's not a mutation, it's a stronger. It has moved from the physical strength to the emotional strength. And yes, they feel suicidal. They feel tired. They don't want to live. They get sick very quickly. Some of these new versions brings down the immune system lower. We see now when the Chinese government has brought the enforced 2 or 3 weeks ban right across China. For the next 2 or 3 weeks, and each district decides on how they handle it and what restriction is. And many areas of China is running into problem because of this. Many places in China have a problem. People cannot move. They're becoming aggressive. We see problems even in Guarnos, local areas. People have been literally locked down. They want to get over this new version, but actually it has a solution very easily. If you get the emotional condition with the new corona, you just need to add a little bit of magnesium and increase the zinc with the amino acid of it. And it takes a few weeks to get rid of it, but it's horrendous from what people we've seen, and they went through it. Many of them are becoming suicidal. This is the reports we've seen, and yes, it's the version has moved. The only problem or the only solution we see, if this corona gets on a stronger length or a strength, what would it do? Would it move? Because your brain works in a very different way than what we are used to. We see this is the brain of the man. This area outside is the blood circulation. And then you have the physical part of the brain, which this part on the top layer is to do with your physicality, your ears, your fingers, your arm, all sit in this area on the extremities. So the strength of this field as it goes in and increases in contact with the soul, then it creates different emotions in different layers. You have this is the layer of emotions. And then you have layers here, which mankind has not even understood. These are the interaction and emotion with universal community. We already have it built in our brain. And then you have the, what we call the number of layers here, which brings disabilities, it brings what we call separation of the physical life. And then you have a very, very subtle extreme layer here, which is the layer of death. And it's when this weakens, which becomes in a way equal to this one, is how you go dreaming at night. And then when this layer is completely balances off with outside, this opens up and you die. Your soul frees. The death layer is very specific field strength. But so as you go through the body, you have the emotion, and more or less the emotions goes in this manner in both sides, in the left or right or whatever. And then you have the other layers which sits in the body of the man. We have a layer which has been at work. It's something which now we come to understand it, is the layer of the physical, or what they call the soul of the man, with a dimension of physicality in the space, universal level. It's a very specific length, and it has actually what do you call it, sections, in which you have one which sits most in the arteries to do with, for example, the earth, and then you have the solar system, then you have the galaxy, and different strengths allows as you go deeper, you go, and somewhere in here at the end of it, before contact of the, we call the death cover, is the level of strength of the soul of the creator. We all carry that. And we, with what we do with the enhancement units, we weaken this. This is what we take out more or less. And our system takes, in a way, condition of it. That's why now the soul is free to move. It was very interesting when we were talking to the boy who you saw him standing in the upright wheelchair. We asked him, he said, did you go to the moon? Because he wanted to go to the moon. He said, no, but I felt the moon. I said, this is beautiful. It means the soul has already moved. The physicality doesn't matter. He has already said goodbye to his physicality because of the pain he's going through. He doesn't want to be with it. Any other question?
We have a good question from Paul, very simple. How can we best communicate with other souls?
Very easy. Find their strength. How do you tune to a channel on the radio? You find a strength in your machine that it tunes. It's the same with the soul. But with the soul, it's not frequency, it's the strength of this field soul. I have this, I especially nowadays do a lot of it with people around me who are actually more or less continuously, when somebody talks to us, oh, this is what I was just about to do, what I'm doing, or thinking, what is it? Because don't need to talk anymore. The communication doesn't need to be there because the soul's more. Any other
Well, we have a couple of dream-related questions, so perhaps it's a good time for them. If you're still able, Mr. Keshe.
Go ahead.
From Marco in the Q&A, Mr. Keshe, if you allow me, I'll get off the subject of today and ask about dreams, which is actually it's coming into today's subject. Days ago, I dreamed of seeing myself as a boy, and I remember saying, "I like you." I felt a very good emotion, and it was very happy at dawn. But what brings me here is about a dream that recurs throughout my adult life. Someone steals our car. It's been this, excuse me, it's been this dream many times. I don't understand why that. Thank you, and lots of light to all.
Two things. Because when you have such a repetitive situation, it means somewhere down the line, you're associated with it. Find out where and how. Did the father say they're going to steal our car if you don't sit in it? Did something happen? The car was stolen, your car, and you have the fear of losing it. You don't remember the incident, but the interaction of the fields of your brain does. And that's all it is. You have to go to find the incident, and then you find the solution. And then you never dream again of that car. It's the fear of loss, and somebody has triggered it in you. It's like with the children. Never, ever frighten children of the dark. They see darkness as a light, and they enjoy it. Some children, when you don't bring that fear into them, they like to play more in the dark, because in darkness there's a mystery. What is the hand? What is moving? What is the toy I can pick? Am I correct in picking it? Once you put that fear, it becomes part of psychological pattern. Any other question?
Okay, another dream question from Christian. Recently, I dream military entities quite a lot. It is related with your soul teachings. I need to know if there is a good way to raise the soul of them to allow human beings to evolve freely.
Soldier, military. It's just the way you have to change how you can give and what. When you become a satellite, this is one of your jobs, to reach out, to inform through the soul, not by post and email. It's amazing what you can go and what you can see and what is come up. A lot of us today talk here with knowledge seekers, but many of our knowledge seekers are not with us today. Those who live in Ukraine. They bomb their power stations, the substations, they bomb their power supply, water supply. And they are going through, in the winter time, more or less through hell. And these damages will take years to repair. Russia is doing its maximum best to bring a nation through what we call starvation and whatever. 100 rockets yesterday, targeted only for power supplies and water supplies, dams, and everything else. Who fires these things and who will make them? If they knew that they pay and then say, my son died of this and I've got the cancer of that and I pay for it. Yes, you made the bullet, you made the rocket, you tightened the screw. we just have, that's what I always raise the soul of the soldiers. I will not fight, I will not do this. There's always a solution. And it's always you who decide. There's a beautiful things coming out of Iran. Many heads of militaries and others vocally objecting. We are here to defend the borders, not to kill our people. Because they decided I'm not here together. Many soldiers walk away. And it's them, they have to decide. They have to decide if they want to be. Many Russian soldiers just put their clothes and walk away. They don't want to be in that game. You have to realize soldiers are the tools of propaganda by those who want to be or possess power. Nothing else. If you look at the whole structure of the military, is a joke. I decide I'm higher than you, so I call myself general. And you listen to me because I say so, because I've been there longer or I cheated better to get where I am. And then there's the next one in the same way, till the, what they call it, the boot soldiers come in, which day someone says, I'm higher than you. Where does the ranking come in the military? Shouldn't the rank of military to be by the soul? I serve my nation. I planted the trees as a soldier. I did this. I had an uncle, he passed away, very dear to me. My father's brother. He became a soldier. I remember I was young. He said, I'm here as a soldier to serve my nation. He's planted over 1 million trees in his division in the whole of the north of Iran. His name is all over the military zones in Tabriz and northwest of Iran. The man who planted 1 million trees. He said, I'm a soldier to serve my nation. And he used to come home and the soldiers used to bring home sacks of seeds of trees that they used to take to different mountains and hills just to plant. And he always said, this is how a soldier should be. To serve his nation, to be better. He says, when I go, people go to the forest and they enjoy what I planted 30, 40 years later. And that's what we need as soldiers. And our military don't do that. It's elevation of understanding. And that's the job of the Universal Council, and now satellite souls which are coming in the back to support.
Okay, a question in YouTube from Andrew. How long to leave seeds, say in CO2 and amino, just to give a boost to the seed without bringing the plant back in time? In other words, without regressing it too far.
It's used in the farming. People who use in the farming, they use it also. Shaojin in China. Yeah, Shaojin in China does a lot of farming processes for the Keshe Foundation, where we do these huge lands and these things. And he has his own way of how long to seed and how to do and what gases he uses with it. But sometimes he doesn't get the gases the right way, or the seeds are not what it was supposed to be. You don't get the growth. You have to understand everything is not just as all of you keep on doing a CO2 and a zinc and that's it, and CH3 doesn't work with all the plants. especially if they're GMO. GMO plants respond in a different way application to the normal plants, because they have a jacket on them. There is a change of information. That jacket of information you have to reach. There's a specific way you have to prepare the GANs to reach every plant. The knowledge seekers are just, oh, I put it in there, oh, it was good, but next you have not understood the total principle.
Yeah, in the last two plasma reactor groups, Gianni has showed some interesting work that he's doing with the farmers, applying GANs to the crops, as well as showed some pictures, some microscope pictures of the seeds. I think they were wheat seeds. When they were sprayed, for example, the seeds have a totally different look to them than when they're natural and get revitalized by the use of the GANs and so on.
The problem is that you have to realize there are different ways of supporting it. GANs, why the GANs sometimes doesn't work with you lot? Because the land is more hungrier for energy than the plant. You're feeding the ground and you say it didn't work. You got to understand how and why and the way you use materials. And when you put a GANs, if it's a balanced environment, it will stay there for weeks to allow the growth. If you put it on the plant, it's different. If you're creating environment for the fields, it's different. In many, many cases, we've proven that the, what you call nanomaterials in a specific way create much bigger harvest than the GANSes. Because nanomaterial in that state energy stays longer. Doesn't matter what the plant takes, then. But you have to know, if you put metals in your fields, next year you have a problem. It's contaminated. But you have to know exactly what you do. We did an experience some years ago, and it's very interesting when you do these experiments. We had the possibility to do this. Took a copper wire and we allowed layers and layers and layers of nanomaterial on it. If you go this way, trying to get the layers off, you have to go one by one. But if you can develop a technology, which we done, and now Koreans are using it as part of the Keshe Foundation work, to go this way and take this layer off, and then to go this one, you'll find out the minute you touch this, the hole disappears. But the interesting thing is that you find your what we call copper has a different structure on this side and this side. It's not the same. This has a lot of application if you understand in the world of metallurgy and physics. Any other question?
Okay, we'll keep going a bit more. From Antonio in the Q&A. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for the teachings of today. My question is, through the understanding of genetics and the family tree, could your plasma technology rejuvenate or make the heart like new again Would this be possible?
He's got a heart problem, doesn't he? Otherwise, he won't
It sounds like it. Or a friend, perhaps.
Yes, it can be done, but you have to know what you're doing. That's why we keep away from it, and it's the job of the doctors. The heart surgeons who are open to these things, they can manipulate a lot, yes. It can be done now with new technology, but there are much higher priority at the moment for us to understand more of with the doctors and the teams and to go. I know heart is important, but we'll see. We are still looking at this because it's important for us. These Parkinson, Alzheimer's, fibromyalgia, that kind of things. People writing to us, I had an operation on my toe, now my stomach hurts, can you do something? It's our job. We categorically put on what we are looking for. And if you come with those, we start looking at it, how our doctors will take your time and do what is needed.
Okay, we have a question from Farzam in the chat. Hello, Rick and Mr. Keshe. Is the arrangement of the main formation of elements in the plasma as follows? And he lists some elements, hydrogen, H2, carbon, oxygen, silicon, phosphorus, and calcium.
I don't know how he made it. One of the best guide, if you come to understand the bracketing of the what we call periodic tables, is, and if you go to the patterns, we try to cover it in there, but people don't understand it. One phase to another in balanced fields operation are inert gases. When you start looking inert gases, what does make one gas and then elements and then another inert gas, which means no interaction. These are your division lines. Helium. Why is the helium inert gas? The next inert gas. And the number of inert gases, because each section in between behaves and has different characteristics from one inert gas to another. And scientists have not understood this. I always say they haven't understood, but it needs a lot to understand. And we use this, especially in physical flight tests. You need this. You don't need to create element. You just create layers of inert gases. And the fields within it operate in a different way. If you create a field between this and this, and then you put your higher inert gas in the back, you can do it. There are ways to do it. You go up or down. You don't need landing gear because the gravity decides by the interaction of these. We call it centralization, and then we use, if you read the original patents on the Keshe Foundation, you'll see I rely a lot on inert gases, argon, and the rest, because we understood this very early stages of, you don't need to create a wall and make it different reactors. You create the reactors by the thickness of the gas. And periodic tables should be written in respect to each division, not the way they are doing it now. Any other question? We'll put it plasma what you call periodic table. It's in the beginning of the pattern. If you read it now, maybe you understand why we're using that gases.
We read it yesterday in the plasma group, actually.
You've seen it there. The gases, the inert gases, it's the wall is a partition, and you can flow things between them in a very specific way. Any other question?
Okay, we have a hand up here with Dean, so should hear from him now.
He's a regular questionnaire. Yes, Dean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for wonderful teachings again. It's great to hear these teachings and see them on the whiteboard. We have many souls. We have many people that walk through the doors, who have walked through the doors of the Keshe Foundation, with many different beliefs and interpretations of the nature of themselves. How does this technology interact with them and bring about a balance for them with their beliefs? Does it balance the soul? Does it elevate their soul? Do they feel a difference? Are they experiencing it in their life in this moment?
They most probably do. It's a source of field. It touches you. It's like, the disaster, not a disaster, but the situation we are in with the whole of the Keshe Foundation in Austria. Half of, or a lot of our females are all pregnant or giving birth. And how come they're only there? And they're all suddenly decided, since we came to the foundation, to get pregnant, and we have a bunch of new babies getting born in the next few weeks and already born in the Keshe Foundation. Is it the effect of the ganses? Is it the emotion of the soul? Now, in Keshe Foundation, we have a number of our staff on maternity leaves. Actually, we're expecting one to be born any day now. And we have one coming, and one has been born, and one is on the way on the line, and all sorts of things happening everywhere. Is this the touch of the ganses? And do the soul rises? We'll touch without the shadow of doubt. It's a free range and see it. It's very interesting. If when you walk upstairs in the bottles, some of the bottles have already lost it. They're just a little bit left at the bottom. It shows the visitors are desperate for those. I was looking at them a couple of days ago. Some of the ganses are just more or less water. The gans has gone out of them because people have taken the energy from them. When you go to walking with Mario in teaching, they all walk around, sit around, or whatever, talk around these ganses. And you can imagine, I was walking, I thought, these people here are short of this and that, and they need to be refilled. Yes, somehow we reach something they need.
I've noticed that, Mr. Keshe, when you have an emotion that a condition where you need some energy or something, then the ganses do drain out of the containers and the water does disappear, and you have to top it up. So that does respond. I do understand that.
Yeah, I'm doing an experiment in the flight system in this respect. Actually, I was doing it yesterday. I was checking it. The room temperature is exactly, the table in the back, the black table. The glass, the two glasses with the specific gas mixture with the water has been left for nearly a few weeks in the same position. There, one is near to the unit on the left, one is near unit to the right. The unit which gets and receives and takes, the water level hasn't changed. Is in balance, has been exactly the way it's been for weeks. The one which is on the right as you go in, the water literally, I have to keep, I topped it up yesterday. And they had the same amount of water. The unit on the left is the one which receives and gives, so it's always in balance. It doesn't need much from the cup. The one on the right, which can receive and cannot give, is the one which depletes all the time from the gases and water. Two systems are exactly the same.
So this leads on, Mr. Keshe, to, sorry, this leads on, Mr. Keshe, to a question about the human body then. So would the human body respond with the water levels and the salinity, with the body, the structure?
Must do. We must. This is how the groups like McDonald's tune that you crave for the food. By once the salt became part of the added to the minced meat, for example, is not salt anymore, it's energy. And if that energy gives you energy, you become addicted to it. You go to McDonald's all the time. This is how it works. They put a specific amount of salt, which matches the salinity, which matches your saliva or your imagination or your memories. And you keep on going into McDonald's. You have to have the crave for it. Because it has found a balance to give that energy within.
Interesting, Mr. Keshe. Yeah, I can.
Now we have to, you see, that we look at life in a very different way. We've been brought up. But when you buy mincemeat, when you mince or you, let's say mincemeat, because it's cancers. So it has a magnetic field. And if you can tune to the right strength of to put something in it, like salt or whatever, now the salt is not salt anymore, it's the field of the salt which matches to the soul or emotion. That's how it works. It's like spicy foods, like Indian foods. If you get into a rhythm of eating a spicy food, your body craves for it. It's worse than drugs because it stimulates something in the brain that proven it. It's worse than cocaine. If you get used to that adrenaline or the strength which is released by the chili, and you go for it. Doesn't matter what it is, you have to have it because the body now is using it. It's a cocaine, but it's in the form of chili addiction. And that's why the Indians, they eat hotter and hotter, whatever they do, because it's part of the cycle of the soul. If it puts in the hot weather, you sweat and it feels cool. And now becomes part of the gene structure. This is how they get us addicted to.
So if we scale this up, Mr. Keshe, and take this to the oceans, how are they affecting the totality of the planet with what goes into them?
Oceans are still salinity containers. Your salt content, which creates, dictates the salinity of gases produced, dictates what animal lives in it, more or less. That's all it is. So when we interfere with it, when we interrupt it, when we change it, we expect changes. All the chemicals and everything. The study we did for the Italian government with the water problems there. It's amazing how they try to solve a problem where actually the problem has to come through plasma technology. You cannot wash it, you cannot do anything with it. And with the plasma, we can literally neutralize it. And that's all it is.
This condition only exists in Italy, Mr. Keshe? It doesn't exist anywhere else?
Oh, yes, it does. It exists in a number of countries. In China, heavily. In United States, it's It's a number of third world countries where they close their eyes and allow these things to be dumped afterwards. If I tell you the name of the company, most probably within half an hour they take us off the line. They paid heavy penalties up to now for this. They've been sentenced to a lot of penalties, hundreds of millions. But they cannot do anything with it. They have contaminated it. The process in Italy is, it is reversible. It's going to take time to reverse it. And it's one of those situations nobody can do anything with.
Mr. Keshe, with the knowledge that you've shared with the knowledge seekers, would they have the ability to change these conditions with their knowledge that they have?
Of course. It's how lazy you are not to use it. That's all. It doesn't go by my intelligence or whatever. It's just how I would not touch. I would not come anywhere near to touch, what do you call it? An ounce of Italian olive oil or anything with Italian wine in it from certain areas. I have the report, I know, so I'm not talking somebody just talks. So we don't, the knowledge we don't touch. I mean, when I go to supermarkets, I don't even go near Italian olive oil. I don't go even near Italian, what do you call it, wines. There are certain areas in the United States is the same. The Chinese tried the wine and vineyards and they're trying to copy. And they're working with the same contamination. India has a certain amount of it. We have a lot of these contaminations in where they wash leather. It's catastrophic, but it's part of what we call a structure, which we all have come through it, and we need to understand it ourselves in one way or another.
So simple applications that you've taught the knowledge seekers, if they applied some of the knowledge into certain areas, they could affect large areas with very small applications of the knowledge.
Yes. It can be done in a very different way. You have to allow me a second because one of my systems is going down and I have to move out. Just 1 second, please. Just 1 second. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you a little bit, Mr. Keshe, yes. We have a space gap at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, so we have to switch over system because one is running out of battery. So this is the way things are set and the way they are. And we cannot change it. And I'm sure this is not the only case. There's so much contamination nowadays with the farming, and the whole caboodle of the past was try to guarantee and sustain food for the nations, and the pharmaceuticals and the others took the nations for a ride. Nitrogen, nitrites, heavy other bits, and it's still going on. It's not going to stop. One of the worst things with the Ukrainian war and Belarus not exporting, what do you call it, ash and backbone of fertilizers, we're seeing a lot of chemical companies coming with crazy things, trying to make profit out of this situation. And the next generation will tell us how things take shape, or some of us will do. You have to understand pharmaceuticals are the most opportunistic group in the world. You saw how big organizations saw a chance for the presidents to make money and became corona and injections and everything. And when they brought them to the European Parliament a few weeks ago, they said, we never tested, this is just for change of genes. It's not for COVID. The head of Pfizer refused to attend the European questioning board. And the lady who came says, we never tested for corona. This vaccination, which billion of us do, is genetic modification. But what genes have been changed? This wasn't that the dream of how to control people through Bill Gates game. Why billions of us or millions of us got injected by 2 or 3 brands which are genetic modification and not virus protection? But pharmaceutical made billions. Look at the records in past years, how much profit they should.
How does this condition, Mr. Keshe, come about where a whole planet can be locked down through some very wrong intentions?
We have to have had the education. We have no knowledge about viruses. What you don't know, you're afraid of, and that's what they do with you. Now we know what viruses are, and they don't let the Keshe Foundation to come out, because then they cannot do all this rubbish vaccination and the rest of it. The point comes how we can control it, and what we can control. How much do we understand about the viruses?
You would know a lot about you would know a lot about viruses, Mr. Keshe. You've spoken many times about a virus in space is many orders of magnitude stronger than the virus we have present here. So, and you've talked extensively with the One Cup, One Life and many other applications for the treatment of viruses. So you know how to balance out a condition and drain out this condition.
We still get hit ourselves. We still get a flu here, we get a flu there. We just know what to do. It's very easy. I was talking to a couple of knowledge seekers past few hours, and a lot of people use chemicals for decontamination, if you worked in a, in a factory where they have wheat or whatever, they use a lot of chemicals to hold the pest down and everything. And the workers are happy. They just spray it, and they've done it for years. And what happened is that the residual from these chemicals used now sits with the body of the people who did the spray. And these are metals, which up to now the doctors can't tell us. You use pesticide with aluminum in it, you use sprays with lead in it, and then we see Alzheimer's with these people, we see lung problems with these people, we see all sorts of problems, nerve problems with them. But we don't know up to now where they sit and why so physically affect the body. Why do you get all sorts of pains and aches in your body where you use a pesticide to spray something years ago with aluminum in it. Sit and think for 1 second. How could something I bred 30, 40 years ago now is still affecting me now? And it's affecting me physically and emotionally at the same time. Depression, anger, and the rest of it. And with the new knowledge, with the new teaching, with the new understanding, it should be obvious that this material has taken position and is embedded itself somewhere where it touches both the soul and the physicality, feeds both of them. Doctors get a scan of your brain, there is nothing in the brain, everything is okay. But you test the blood test, look for materials, you see, voila, this is it. But where is it? How does 40 years later it's still so high? But it's not, it's actually in a way mimicking itself to, and the body responds and creates to. The only place, there's one place only where all the contaminations which we take or has come into our body through the air can be found, and it's just inside the nose. And it is on the passage to feed the physicality, part of the brain, the emotion, and the physical body, the soul. In a way, the material as a gas energy becomes psychosomatic, both. It just feeds the psychological side and it feeds the somatic side. And up to now, what I explained to you, nobody knows. This is the first time we disclose this. And there are specific places when you're looking for different contaminations, you have to develop technologies for it. You don't need to go to all sorts of tablets and injections and suffering. If you know where to look, how much of it can you take out?
Mr. Keshe, always, so humanity has this strange ability to create conditions for itself that harm itself. And we all breathe the same air, and we all share everything that we have on the planet. So why do we create these conditions for the sake of a few pennies that make many suffer?
Mankind has done that all the time. It's not the first time. It's not the first time. Man always has done one or the other one, to themselves or to the others.
So when does mankind, the soul of mankind, when does it come to a position where it understands and elevates enough to join the community, the bigger totality, and all the beliefs come together so that we have this this unity between all the nations?
Sorry, I accidentally put myself out of the Zoom. Can you repeat?
So why does humanity keep putting itself in this position? Why do we not have a condition where all the nations become as one nation and understand the beauty?
Gradually, we started it. Let's see how we perform with this addiction, and then how we perform with feeding, how we get response from you knowledge seekers in respect to these two children, that we can start supporting genetic mutation. It's humanity, it's not us. I promise you, none of you will respond. And we get to that cul-de-sac of it's somebody else's problem, or I'm okay, Jack, I'll get away with it, I'll have it, and that's it. It was very interesting position in past few days. What they call system of producing materials will change. How are we going to work with no more mining? How are we going to create jobs, life for people who are miners today? Implication of the new test, you all came to Linz to test the flights. You know, if this we go is not, if we are the way we are going, maybe because of the speed of its application, in very short time, who wants to go to the airport and wait and take a taxi and go to the rain, the storm might crash, and take 12 hours door to door, but I can do it in 12 seconds, soul to soul, and be where I want to be. What's going to happen with all these jobs? What happens to the shipping lines? And how are we going to feed all these people who become unemployed through universal revolution? And then how much are we there to support each other to see through this? How many of you will share your food with a miner who there is no need for his mining? The biggest crisis will come when we start putting foods on the lines of the communication of the plasma. Why none of you appears in supermarket anymore? Who's going to make all these tins? What's going to happen? Would we see people locking up shelves of supermarkets and walking away because there is no customer? And would our great-grandchildren pass these shelves and say, oh, look, humans used to do this, lit up this plastic and metal things. This is a reality, it's there. You've made the ganses, you made the cup of life, you had, you tasted the orange and the rest of it. And now it's just, you don't even need a satellite. You can tune to the satellite of the soul of the knowledge seekers. You want paracetamol, it'll be there. You want apple, it'll be there.
This goes back to the original question, Mr. Keshe, about touching the soul of the people with all different beliefs and intentions that have interacted with the knowledge in many different ways, where they've received an emotional gift, a balance, just through touching with this technology that you've brought forward. And also some have received it in physicality, where they've actually touched it through the ganses and everything else. So it's an ongoing evolution of filtering for all of us. And as you said, it's here. It's the first drop of it has already been placed, and so this continuation of the elevation is it's unstoppable. It's present in this moment, and many have been touched by it.
Yeah, but it's just we learn more. We learn more. The more we learn, the more we spread. The more people come up with their experiments and new ways of using it. It all goes down the same line. And how it will go and how we will see it. We just opened the little gap in the door. We're still going to open the door to the knowledge of the universe. We're just getting that little twinkling of the light coming through. The sun of the knowledge has not hit mankind yet. And it burns you if you understand.
I remember you said, Mr. Keshe, that by the end of 2022, mankind would have a very beautiful position. Do you still feel this may happen?
You have. Depends how you look at it. Today's announcement, today's work, the eradication of addiction, understanding genetic modification for us, release of the fields, all this is all there. It's just how mankind does it and how they will accept it and how they change it. It's a glorious time, 2022, the change has come, people don't understand.
I'll tell you one change that I've heard on the radio recently is they're putting out repeated ads for a class action lawsuit for anyone that's worked for Boeing, Raytheon, or any other aircraft company or other manufacturers that they've had birth defects in their children. They're to apply to this class action lawsuit. And it looks like these manufacturers are going to get hit really seriously.
Hammered by it.
And that should liberate funds for just the type of work that you're talking about, Mr. Keshe.
But you're talking 20, 30 years, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be our generation time. Maybe the next generation, but that time, you already got enough soul travelers that nobody will consider this because nobody will get these things. As I said yesterday, when we put the knowledge compared to the knowledge of today is a big, vast difference, if you understood. If you understood what is about to come and what is there, then we will run into addition of the knowledge, where we're going to bring more in for more people to be affected, that we can change more. We bring so much knowledge now that we open the cosmic rays and others that you understand and it can be replicated, that it will bring that change. We have to do it, we don't have no choice.
Mr. Keshe, may I ask how the team doing with the cosmic rays that are interacting as they make these conditions? Are you still seeing the beautiful shining souls being present?
I'll be in the next 2 or 3 hours, and I'll tell you next time.
Okay.
I'm going in there to even in the deep end and see what this is, what's going on. Every time you go there, you get affected by it in different ways. I'm going to dive in and see. You see, they make things, but they don't see it, they don't feel it. And some of them do, but they have no understanding what they're doing. But when you go into these what I call environments, when you don't need to be sensitive to it, you know you can absorb. It's just like, go to a restaurant as a Chinese, you got the Indian and you got the whatever food, and you only get attracted to the Chinese, and that's the only one you see. You're not interested in curry is too hot for you, the other one is whatever. With me, I like all the food, so I know the taste of all of them. So I see all effects and aspects of the, what they call it, what pleasure you get from which one. And this allows you to see more of mixing what it does if you change, mixing Chinese with the Indian, and see what you get. It creates a new condition of information. And when you go into these zones of environments of these kind of massive fields, especially cosmic rays, it's an amazing experience. It's just leaving a child in a candy shop. And I'm that child. And the candy shop is huge.
So, Mr. Keshe, these beautiful souls, have you asked them how they see you when if they look back?
Don't ask, you feel.
You feel, okay.
Ask is the job of the man. Feel is the job of the soul. It's very interesting. When we had this young boy in a wheelchair in a machine, he was actually flat on his dad's chest. The father said, I've never seen him relax so much. Everything is just had no meaning to him. He was there. And I asked him, did you go to the moon? He said, yes, I go to the moon. I said, how was it? He said he was happy, he enjoyed. And the mother translated to us that he felt going to the moon. He felt he was going. And this is more important, actually. The feeling, the emotion of being there brings you to that position if you want to change the dimension of physicality. And that's what it counts, the emotion.
This child, Mr. Keshe, did he have, well, obviously I don't know. So did he have, was this condition from from birth? Was it from an accident? Because
No, it's genetic.
It's genetic.
When they were born, nobody knew. Both of them are the same. When the boys were born, they were normal. It's just that they did not walk till, I think, 16 months with the oldest one. The second one didn't walk till 18, I think 18 months. And then they start observing other things. And by age of 5, they had to do the test, and they found out it was genetic, and they know what it is. And in past 6 months, he has gone from walking into wheelchair, and then the process goes to the heart and all sorts of spasms in the arm and legs and everything else. And the second boy is following exactly the same pattern. Gorgeous children. When they came to the center, I told them, do you want to go to the moon? And they were so excited they can go into a space machine. And they grabbed it as there was the dream in the cartoons, as I call it. And we see how they change, how they feel they change. And you watch the pattern of the psychological behavior of them inside, what goes on. Let's see what life is. Let's see what the changes will be. But our position is, I will call as it is.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for all the beauty for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you tolerate one more question, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah.
I know you probably want to wrap things up here. We're coming up in 4 hours. It's a question in the chat here from Nikolai, who asks, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Is the microplasma reactor from the patent set specifically to function within Earth's magnetic field space, or can it work as it has been written using the radioactive materials such as potassium or sodium to cascade?
Repeat, please.
Or, okay, so is the microplasma reactor from the patent set specifically to function within Earth's magnetic field space?
No.
Okay, he goes on, or can it work as it has been written using a radioactive material such as potassium or sodium to cascade into the hydrogen, neon, and argon anywhere in the universe? Or do we need to change the radioactive material to another one to achieve the same results in another solar system or another part of the universe?
When we speak about radioactive material from nuclear physics side or my nuclear physics side, is the materials which can radiate free energy. Energies that they don't need. And that is what we are looking for. When we talk about change the name, you have, for example, uranium or 237, 235, and all the isotopes of 239, and going to plutonium and the rest of it. These materials on Earth are releasing extra fields. We call it radiation. In other positions in the universe, they are gravitational. They absorb as much as they can get. They don't behave as a nuclear, as a radiation field source. Is to understand it in where and what needs to be done. And how this can be done. And in what direction and what position you want to attain it. Tritium is not radioactive in 80% of the universe. Tritium in some universal flight system is used as a gravitational because it's heavy with one neutron. This is the most important. And this is what we are waiting for, and that's what we are looking for. And this is how we will see in space. And what condition it will come to be, and it will be what you call it, create. And what material you need. If you look inside a material enhancement unit, you've been there, you've taken a lot of pictures around there. This unit can create composite materials. Depends how we set each reactor. This unit can create mono-energetic material. I mean, you can make 100% pure gold, or you can make an alloy or whatever you need for whatever. So it depends what it's said and how it's done. And in what form and shape we will use these materials. A material is not radioactive here, suddenly become radioactive in different conditions. And suddenly it moves on to a non-radioactive or negative radioactive condition. And how we will change this position is part of our work to understand it. And we go through this process in a very, very specific way that the scientists of the future have to understand it. How to do, we call them metallurgists, that understand different properties of different metals or whatever. But when you bring the metallurgy into nuclear, it's a different, even if you're a metallurgist. Now we become plasmologists. In a way, we have to understand the behavior of the plasma, how it interacts, and the way it interacts. And to change a metallurgist to a plasmist or understanding the effect of plasma to become metal, it's God's work, because they have their mindset in a specific way, the metallurgists. They can't see you can convert energy to matter. It's like the curse of the god. But would they and can they see that you can change nuclear radioactive material, even they become metallurgists in nuclear, into energy, useful energy? I've had this battle since I was in, what do you call it, nuclear, as a university student, and the rest of it, and still goes. My brother-in-law is one of the well-known international metallurgists in nuclear industry. Published hundreds of papers and done a lot of things. He came to nuclear because when he finished his metallurgy in university, I said, go into nuclear, and then he became a nuclear metallurgist. We still have a problem to tell him, you know, you can change this and you don't have no nuclear material on the boards of your reactors. He's one of the well-known international scientists in nuclear materials. And I said one day to him, I can take you to the other world. Your mind is set. You cannot understand the difference between the plasma and its energies and conversion of a nuclear material to a non-nuclear, the way we did in Fukushima, with the introduction of a small material, we changed the tritium to gold. Or component which was introduced to gold. And you can now, if you change that component, become one of the most radioactive materials right now is gold. Behaves monatomic. These are the things which scientists have to understand and have a very clear-cut understanding between the behavior of the plasma as a matter and behavior of matter as matter. When you come into Linz, in the exhibition center, I deliberately set the first table, the stand you come to. On the left side is a copper and zinc. In the middle is the book, the 3 books. And on the right side is the nano-coated materials. And then on the next stand immediately is gases. And when I have government officials and other people, which I bring exclusively privately to go through systems to understanding, I tell them, this is the knowledge of the man, where the zinc plates and copper are. This was our knowledge till last century. This book has brought a new knowledge in how to make the what we call nano-coated, nanomaterial, which is attraction of the molecules to each other to make matter, to singularity of atom to be connected to each other. That's all nanotechnology is. And I said, now the knowledge of the man finishes at this edge of this stand. This is what we are now. When we go to the next stand, I explain to them this is now the difference between nanomaterial, which is there stuck together as collection, to singularity as an energy, which is here we call gas. And man's knowledge today is at nano. They have not jumped that gap to understand energy of the matter. Man history finishes in the first stand. In the newest stand, a new life starts. Gases, and the different gases of CO2 gases and everything else. And then you put them into application. Some of the gases on that table, I don't know, Mario is here, I think it's about 10, 20 of them. If you combine them together, they become radioactive. If you combine them together, they become gravitationally absorbing. And I can change a non-radioactive material within the milliseconds to one of the most dangerous radioactive materials. I have the knowledge, I've tested it, I know it's there. So, is radioactive material objects and subjects of the understanding of matter? Or radioactivity is the position, time, strength, field dependent? And that's one of the biggest problems for our scientists in the future. Plasma physicists in a GANS plasma, and the plasma physicists, plasma materialists, and the materials people in the world of science will have a battle with each other. They're all right, but in their own compartment. And if we can cross it, we can do wonders. There are three elements in the second stand of the exhibition, which I can mix and create the most powerful nuclear weapon in the world. They would not even have the material to test it if they come with it. These are radioactive cosmic level. And man has no knowledge of it. I'm a master in what I do. And you want to clear a nuclear explosion anywhere in the world, you don't need uranium. You just need to understand the characteristics of the plasma, releasing its energy in a specific length that what you call neutron stars. Out of nothing, you become a massive radioactive source. And I watch many neutron stars just disintegrate with the radiation fields of what they have and what they absorb. So when you speak about nuclear materials, again is energy, strength, time, and position dependent. You have to redefine radioactive as extra energy to be given, dynamic fields available. And then you see every element at given position become dynamically available in respect to the environment it is. And with one hydrogen, you can make a black hole. So you have to know how to play with it. Thank you very much. And hopefully we'll see you next week. And we'll see what the world brings for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for answering so many questions today and carrying on here. We appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for attending today's workshop, the 460th year of the Knowledge Seekers Workshops on Thursday, November 24th, 2022. We look forward to our next public workshop, which is the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace and Justice, coming up on Tuesday, November 29th. That starts at 4 p.m. Central European Time. Okay, I think that's it for today. If there's no other announcements.
The only announcement is please support this with what we're trying to do with what we call the genes. With these two children are just a flag bearer of a new technology and new knowledge. And many of us around the world suffer from this mutations. We see it, we can prove it, and we leave it to the other scientists to pick it up. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for all your time.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Lots of lots of knowledge coming through today. Okay, thank you everyone. And we'll wind up with our Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit music version. And we'll see you in the next public teaching workshop.